Each night, a candle is lit, and the whispering tomes open. Inside are the strange, the forgotten, the stories time tried to silence. Some say history is written by the victors, but here the lost are given voice. Breathe deeply and follow me into the hidden chapters of history.
We are returning to the age of the European witch hunts. But this time, we will not stand beside the accused. We will follow the people searching for them across the towns and villages of early modern Europe. Rumors of witchcraft could draw the attention of magistrates, clergymen, constables, professional witch-prickers, interrogators, and men who came to believe that hidden servants of the devil were living among ordinary families. Some considered themselves defenders of their communities. Others discovered that fear could become a profession. And during the worst which panics, the people hunting witches could become every bit as frightening as the witches they believed they were pursuing for the next several hours. We will enter that world quietly and follow the work of the witch hunter from beginning to end. We will walk muddy roads between isolated villages, listen to frightened neighbors, describe curses and unexplained deaths, examine the strange evidence once used to identify witches, enter homes searching for forbidden objects, sit beside interrogations, and follow accusations as they spread from one name to another. We will also meet some of the real people who became associated with witch hunting, including investigators whose reputations traveled far beyond the towns where they worked. We will look at the methods they used, the money that could be made, the beliefs that justified their work, and the moments when suspicion turned into something far more dangerous. As always, this is history told slowly. There is nothing you need to remember, and nothing you need to keep track of. You can simply listen as the roads, houses, churches, prisons, and courtrooms of early modern Europe appear around you. If sleep finds you somewhere along the way, the story will continue quietly without you. And if you enjoy these longer, more immersive journeys into witchcraft, superstition, forgotten beliefs, and the darker corners of history, please consider subscribing to Whispering Tomes. It helps these stories reach new listeners and tells me that you would like more histories told in this style. You can also leave a like on the video. It may seem like a small thing, but it helps the channel considerably. And before we begin, leave a comment telling me where in the world you are listening from and what time it is there right now. Whether you are listening late at night, early, in the morning, while working, studying, relaxing, or already lying in bed. I always enjoy seeing where these stories have traveled. Now imagine that the night outside your window belongs to another century. The electric lights are gone. The distant sound of traffic disappears. In its place comes the uneven rhythm of a horse moving along a wet road. A lantern swings from the side of a cart. Its light catches the edges of bare branches, wooden fences, and small patches of standing water left by an afternoon. Rain beyond the road. Fields disappear into darkness. Far ahead, the faint outline of a church tower rises above several clustered rooftops. The man riding toward the village has been summoned because something has happened there. A cow has died without explanation. A woman has fallen suddenly ill. Several neighbors have begun repeating the same name. By morning, someone will ask whether witchcraft is responsible, and the stranger approaching through the darkness has built his reputation by answering exactly that question. For now, however, the village is quiet. Most of its windows are dark. Only one house near the church still shows candlelight. The horse continues forward. The lantern swings, and somewhere beyond those houses, a person who has never met this man is about to become the subject of his investigation. This is life as a witch hunter in early modern Europe, and our story begins on the road. Chapter 1. The Summons. The road into the village is little more than 2 muddy tracks pressed between hedges and winter-bare fields. Rain has stopped some time during the night, but water still gathers in the ruts beneath the horses who... The man you are following rides slowly. A lantern hangs from the side of his saddle, throwing warm light across the wet ground before swinging back into darkness. He carries no uniform that would identify him everywhere he goes. There was no single profession called witch hunter practiced in exactly the same way across Europe. Depending upon the place and century, the person investigating witchcraft might be a magistrate, clergyman, constable, legal official, physician, specialist, examiner, or someone who had simply acquired a reputation for recognizing witches. Tonight, the distinction means little to the people waiting ahead. They've asked for someone who knows what to look for. The church tower becomes clearer as the road descends toward the village. Timber-framed houses gather around it, their roofs dark with rain. Thin smoke rises from several chimneys and bends. Slyly in the cold air, one window remains illuminated near the center of the settlement. A small group is standing outside beneath the overhang of a house, and when the approaching horse is heard, several heads turn toward the road. News of the visitor has already traveled faster than he has. Witch hunts rarely began with a mysterious stranger arriving to announce that witches were present. More often, something had already happened within the community. An animal died unexpectedly. A person became ill. Butter refused to churn. Grain failed. A child suffered convulsions. A neighbor remembered an argument, followed by misfortune. The first stages of an accusation belonged largely to the people who knew one another best. The investigator entered a story that had usually begun long before his arrival. The horse stops near the illuminated house. Mud clings to its lower legs. A man steps forward to take the reins, while another opens the door. Warm candlelight spills briefly onto the road. Inside, perhaps 6 or 7 adults have gathered around a heavy wooden table. Their clothing is damp at the shoulders. A jug and several cups have been placed nearby, but little has been touched. Everyone seems to know why they are here. The witch hunter removes his gloves. He does not begin by searching for magical objects. He listens. A farmer speaks first. 3 days ago, one of his cows became violently ill and died before morning. The animal had appeared healthy. No wound was found. No obvious cause could be agreed upon. Ordinarily, the death of livestock was a serious but familiar danger. Animals died from disease, contaminated feed, injury, infection, parasites, and conditions no one in the village could diagnose. But this particular death had occurred only days after a quarrel. The farmer gives the name of a woman who lives near the edge of the settlement. She had come to his house asking for milk. He refused. She became angry. What did she say? The room grows quieter. The farmer tries to remember the exact words. Perhaps, she said, he would regret his lack of charity. Perhaps she warned that his household would soon have need of help itself. The sentence may have been no more supernatural than any threat spoken during an argument. But after the cow died, the words changed in memory. The investigator asks who else heard them. Another man raises his hand. Then a woman seated near the hearth says she heard part of the quarrel from the lane. Names are recorded. This is how the work begins. Not with proof, but with testimony. Early modern European courts took witchcraft accusations with dramatically different levels of seriousness. In some territories, officials were skeptical and unwilling to proceed without stronger evidence. In others, particularly during periods of intense persecution, several mutually supporting accusations could become enough to justify examination or arrest. Local legal traditions mattered enormously. A person accused in one jurisdiction might be dismissed as the victim of neighborhood gossip, while the same accusations only a short distance away could place someone in mortal danger. The witch hunter asks whether anything else has happened. There is a pause. Then another story begins. A woman near the end of the table says her husband became sick after encountering the same suspected neighbor on the road. He complained of terrible pain during the night. Another villager remembers that a horse belonging to her brother had gone lame the previous year. Someone else mentions spoiled milk that the investigator allows him to speak. He asks for dates, places, witnesses, weather. There had been arguments beforehand. The individual stories are weak. Together, however, they begin forming the thing every witchcraft investigation depended upon. A pattern. You stand quietly near the wall while the candles burn lower. The room smells of damp wool, smoke, tallow, and wet leather. Rainwater occasionally falls from the roof outside with a soft, regular tap. Each time another person speaks, the others listen closely. Some nod before the story has finished. Others appear uncertain. The witch hunter notices uncertainty too. A successful investigator did not necessarily need everyone to agree. He needed enough testimony to determine whether further inquiry was justified. Some witch hunters were undoubtedly sincere believers who considered their work necessary for protecting Christian communities. Others operated within legal systems that required them to investigate accusations regardless of personal belief. And a smaller number developed careers or reputations around identifying suspected witches, sometimes receiving payment for their services. The famous English witch hunter Matthew Hopkins would later call himself the witch finder general during the 1640s, although no official national position with that title actually existed. Hopkins and his associate John Stern travelled through eastern England during the English Civil War period, becoming involved in numerous witchcraft investigations. Elsewhere, especially in parts of Scotland and continental Europe, local specialists might be summoned to examine bodies for supposed witch marks or assist. Authorities in identifying signs they believed indicated guilt. But most accusations never required a legendary witch finder. Ordinary officials could be enough. The man at the table asks another question. Has anyone known the accused woman to use charms? No one answers immediately. Then an older farmer says she once treated a neighbor's animal. Another remembers seeing herbs hanging inside her house. Someone mentions that she knows prayers for sickness. None of these things proves witchcraft. Folk, remedies, charms, herbal knowledge, and religious formulas existed throughout early modern society. People used plants for medicine, recited prayers during illness, placed protective objects inside homes, and followed traditions inherited through family. The boundary between accepted healing, superstition, and forbidden magic was not always clear. That ambiguity made investigations dangerous. A healer might be welcomed when a remedy succeeded and feared when it failed. The same knowledge could make a person useful one year and suspicious the next. The witch hunter asks whether she accepts payment for remedies. Sometimes does she claim unusual powers? No one knows. Has she ever been accused before? This question changes the room. A woman near the hearth looks toward another witness. Apparently, there had been stories years ago. Nothing formal. Someone had called her a witch during an argument. Who? A man now dead. What happened after the argument? His wife became ill. The investigator makes another note. Reputation could be extraordinarily powerful in witchcraft cases. A person who had been called a witch years earlier might find that old accusations resurfaced whenever new misfortune occurred. What began as an insult could slowly harden into communal memory. Eventually, people no longer remembered exactly why. Someone had first been feared. They remembered only that she had always been considered suspicious. Outside, the village has become almost silent. The witch hunter leaves the house with two local men carrying lanterns. You follow them along the muddy lane. Candlelight glows behind shutters as people remain awake longer than usual, listening for footsteps outside. The first stop is the farmer's stable. The dead cow has not yet been removed. The men lift their lanterns. The animal lies on straw near the wall. Nothing about the body provides obvious evidence of witchcraft. The investigator walks around it slowly. He asks what the animal ate, whether any others are sick, whether the cow suffered before dying, whether anyone had entered the stable. The farmer repeats the story. Of the quarrel. Again, the witch hunter listens. Historical investigators sometimes attempted to distinguish ordinary causes from supernatural ones, though the medical and veterinary knowledge available to them was limited. Other investigators entered cases already convinced that witchcraft offered the most likely explanation. Much depended upon the individual, the legal culture, and whether the surrounding community was already experiencing fear of witches. The lantern passes slowly above the dead. Animal, no mark appears. No strange object is discovered beneath the straw. There is only a dead cow. But the absence of evidence does not necessarily end the investigation. The men leave the stable. Now they walk toward another house. This one belongs. Poor to the sick man. Inside, he lies beneath blankets near the hearth. His wife explains that the pain began suddenly. He has eaten almost nothing. A local healer has already visited without success. The witch hunter asks when the symptoms began. The same evening he encountered the suspected woman. What happened during that encounter? She asked why he had refused to help repair part of her fence. They argued. Did she threaten him? The sick man opens his eyes. He remembers her saying that he would soon have problems of his own. Again, the sequence appears. Conflict. Threat. Misfortune. The investigator has now heard it twice in one night. You leave the house and return to the road. The moon has emerged between broken clouds. Water shines faintly in the wheel ruts. Ahead, several villagers remain gathered near the well, even though the hour is late. Their voices become quieter as the witch hunter approaches. He asks where the accused woman lives. No one points immediately. Then one man raises his lantern toward the far end of the village. The cottage stands beyond the last cluster of houses, closed to the fields. No light shows through its windows. The investigator does not go there yet. That restraint matters. An accusation is not always an arrest. Before confronting the suspected person, an official might continue gathering statements. Consult other authorities, speak with clergy, examine local records, or determine whether formal legal requirements had been met. In other cases, especially during a panic, the process could move much faster. Tonight, the witch hunter has only begun. He turns away from the distant cottage and walks back toward the house where the witnesses are waiting. But the villagers have noticed where he looked. That is enough. By morning, nearly everyone will know that an investigator has asked where she lives. The woman inside that cottage may wake, believing tomorrow will be ordinary. She may gather wood, feed an animal, carry water, prepare food. She may not yet know that stories about her have been collected around a table. Beneath candlelight, the witch hunter enters the house. Again, his papers are waiting. There are more names to record, more quarrels to examine. And before he ever knocks on the accused woman's door, he must answer the first question upon which every witch hunt depends. There actually a witch here? Or has an ordinary village simply begun to believe that there is? Chapter 2. The first examination morning arrives slowly over the village. The rain has passed, but the road remains dark with mud, and thin mist hangs over the fields beyond the last houses. Smoke begins to rise from chimneys one by one. Somewhere near the church, a bell sounds across the settlement. Doors open. Animals are fed. Buckets are carried toward the well. To anyone arising without knowledge of the previous night, nothing appears unusual. But the village has already changed. People know that an investigator is here, and they know whose name he was asking about. The witch hunter steps outside shortly. After sunrise, he carries the notes taken during the night and is accompanied by 2 local officials. You follow them along the road toward the cottage at the edge of the village. People pretend not to watch. A man repairing a fence slows his work. 2 women standing near the well stop speaking as the group passes. Farther ahead, the cottage comes into view beside a small patch of cultivated ground. Smoke rises from its chimney. A few hens move around the yard. There is nothing about the place that announces danger. The investigator knocks after a moment. The door opens. The woman standing there is not the creature described in demonological books. She has no black robe, no pointed hat, no obvious mark of supernatural power. She is simply an adult woman dressed for an ordinary morning. Her hands show the wear of work. Behind her, a small fire burns in the hearth. Bundles of dried plants hang from a beam. A wooden bowl sits on the table. She recognizes one of the officials and then looks toward the stranger. She is told that questions have been raised about several recent events in the village. The dead, cow, the sick man, the quarrels. Her expression changes. The witch hunter asks whether he may come inside, depending on the local law and the authority under which an investigation operated. The accused might be questioned informally before any arrest, summoned before a magistrate, or taken into custody more quickly. There was no single European procedure. In some places, officials tried to establish whether accusations were credible before taking further action. In others, particularly during periods of panic, suspicion itself could move a case forward with alarming speed. Inside the cottage, the investigator begins with the simplest question. Did she ask the farmer for milk? Yes. Did he refuse? Yes. Did they argue? Yes. What did she say when she left? The woman thinks for a moment. She remembers being angry. She may have said that a man who refused help should not expect help himself. She denies cursing the cow. She denies knowing why it died. The investigator asks about the sick man. Another arguer. Another denial. She explains that people in the village have quarreled with one another for years. If every angry word were a curse, she says, there would be no healthy animals left anywhere. One of the local men shifts uncomfortably. The witch hunter does not answer immediately. This was one of the central problems of witchcraft investigation. The alleged crime often consisted of events that could not be directly observed. A threat was followed by illness. A disagreement was followed by death. The investigator had to decide whether the sequence was coincidence, ordinary misfortune, or evidence of supernatural harm. In a community already frightened by witchcraft, coincidence became increasingly difficult to accept. The woman is asked about the plants hanging above the hearth. She names them. Some are used for cooking, others for common remedies. She says one is boiled for stomach pain, another is mixed into a drink for fever, a third is used on animals. Knowledge of herbs was widespread in early modern Europe. Most households possessed some understanding of practical remedies, and many communities contained people known for greater skill in healing. Midwives, wise women, cunning folk, shepherds, clergy, and ordinary householders all used mixtures of prayer, experience, tradition, and medicine. The existence of herbs in a house was not evidence of witchcraft. But the investigator asks another question. Does she use words with the remedy? Sometimes what words? Prayers. Which prayers? She recites one. The local official watches her closely. The boundary between prayer and charm could be uncertain. A spoken formula invoking God, saints, biblical phrases, or sacred names might be accepted in one context and condemned as superstition in another. The same act could appear religious to the person performing it and magical to the person investigating it. The witch hunter walks farther into the room. He examines shelves, a small knife, thread-dot needles, a jar of dried leaves, a piece of wax, nothing unusual. Then one of the men notices something hanging near the doorway. A horseshoe, the woman says. It has always been there. Protective objects were common throughout European communities. Iron horseshoes, carved symbols, concealed shoes, special stones, written prayers, and other objects might be placed near doors, windows, hearths, or thresholds to protect a household from misfortune or supernatural harm. The irony is difficult to miss. A person accused of witchcraft might herself use protections against witches. The investigator asks why the horseshoe is there. For luck, she says. Or perhaps protection. Protection from what? She hesitates. Bad things. The answer is written down outside. The cottage. More villagers have gathered at a distance. No one has formally announced what is happening, yet the sight of officials inside the house is enough to create its own story. By the time the investigation ends, some will claim strange objects were discovered. Whether or not anything unusual is actually found, the witch hunter asks. Whether anyone else has taught her remedies. Her mother. Was her mother ever accused of witchcraft? The woman becomes visibly irritated. No. Did anyone call her mother a witch? People say many things. Again, the answer matters. Witchcraft reputations could travel through families. In some communities, suspicion attached itself across generations. If a mother had been feared, a daughter might later be interpreted through the same reputation. This did not mean witchcraft prosecutions treated magical ability as formally hereditary everywhere, but popular belief could make family connections dangerously persuasive. The investigator asks permission to look through a wooden chest. The woman refuses. The atmosphere in the cottage tightens. One official steps forward and reminds her that an inquiry is being conducted. The chest is opened. Inside are clothing, fabric, household papers, several coins, and personal items. Nothing appears supernatural, but a folded scrap of writing attracts attention. The investigator unfolds it carefully. The text contains a short prayer and several names. Perhaps it was copied years ago. Perhaps it was meant as a blessing. Perhaps it was used during illness. To the woman, it is familiar. To the witch hunter, it requires explanation. Written charms appeared throughout early modern Europe and could combine Christian prayers. Symbols, fragments of scripture, holy names, numbers, and older traditions. Some were carried for protection. Others were placed in homes or used during healing. Their interpretation depended heavily upon the person examining them. The witch hunter asks who wrote it. She does not remember. How long has she kept it? Has she used it on anyone? Only when people were sick. One of the officials looks toward. The other investigator places the paper on the table. The first potentially suspicious object has been found. Not proof, but something that can be described. Later, you remain near the doorway while the questioning continues. Outside, the morning has brightened. Water drips from the eaves. A cart passes slowly along the lane, and the driver turns his head toward the cottage. Inside, the fire snaps softly in the hearth. The woman is asked whether she believes witches exist. Yes, most people do. Does she believe they can harm livestock? Yes. Can they cause sickness? Perhaps. Has she ever seen one? No. The answers illustrate another difficulty. An accused person might share the same supernatural worldview as the people accusing her. Believing in witches did not mean believing oneself to be one. A woman could fear witchcraft, use protections against it, and still be accused of practicing it. The witch hunter finally asks the question directly: has she ever used magic to harm another person? No. Has she ever called upon a spirit? No. Has she made any agreement with the devil? Absolutely not. That final question reveals how far the investigation may eventually travel. The original complaints concerned a cow and a sick man, but learned theories of witchcraft increasingly connected harmful magic with demonic assistance. If the case progresses, the investigator may begin searching not simply for evidence of curses, but for evidence of a pact. For now, he is not finished. With the village, he leaves the cottage carrying the written charm. No arrest is made. Not yet. Outside, the villagers move aside as he steps back onto the road. The accused woman remains standing in the doorway. Her face is visible only for a moment before she closes the door. The crowd begins, speaking immediately. Someone asks what was found. The investigator gives no answer, but another person has already seen the paper in his hand. By noon, the story will grow. A magical document was discovered, a spell, perhaps a list of names, perhaps something written in a strange language. Each version will travel farther from the object actually found. The witch hunter now turns toward the church. The local clergyman has records, baptisms, burials, and perhaps memories of previous disputes involving the same woman. The investigation is widening. One household has been examined. One object has been taken. One reputation has begun to harden. And before the day is over, the witch hunter will begin asking a far more dangerous question. Not whether the woman has enemies, but whether anyone else in the village has ever feared her. Chapter 3, The Village Speaks. By midday, the village no longer feels ordinary. The church bell has already sounded twice, and the muddy lane outside the meeting house is busier than it was that morning. People arrive alone or in pairs, carrying stories with them. Some have been asked to come. Others have decided for themselves that now is the time to speak. The witch hunter sits at a wooden table near a narrow window. A clerk waits beside him with ink and paper. You remain nearby as one villager after another enters the room. The first is a farmer. He removes his hat before speaking and keeps it folded between both hands. He says the accused woman once came to his door asking for grain. He refused because his own stores were running low. She became angry. 2 nights later, one of his pigs became sick. Did she touch the animal? No. Was she seen near the pen? No. Did anyone hear her threaten the pig? Not exactly. Then why does he believe the events are connected? The farmer pauses, because of the way she looked at him. The clerk's pen scratches across the page. Witchcraft testimony often depended upon this kind of remembered sequence. A request was refused. Anger followed. Misfortune came afterward. The connection between those events might exist only in the minds of the people telling the story. But once several neighbors described similar patterns. Repetition itself could begin to look like evidence. The witch hunter asks when the incident happened. 6 years ago. Why report it now? Because he had not understood it. Then now he does. That answer matters. Accusations could reshape old memories. An event that once seemed unfortunate but ordinary might become suspicious after a person acquired a reputation for witchcraft. The past was re-examined through the fears of the present. The farmer leaves. A woman enters next. She sits near the edge of the chair and speaks quietly. Several winters earlier, she says, her daughter had been ill. The accused woman visited the house and offered a remedy made from herbs. The girl eventually recovered at first. This sounds like testimony in the accused woman's favor. The witch hunter asks why the witness has come. Because something else happened after the child recovered. The woman refused to pay what had been requested for the remedy. An argument followed. Several weeks later, her bread began failing. The dough would not rise properly. This happened more than once. The witness admits that eventually the problem stopped. How? She threw away the old flour, bought more. The witch hunter asks whether anyone else in the household ate the bread. Yes, did anyone become sick? No. Was anything unusual found in the flour? No. The woman still believes the healer may have caused it. Her account is recorded outside. Footsteps gather near the door. People know testimony is being taken. The village is beginning to empty its memory. Into the room. A man enters carrying a walking stick. He remembers an argument near the well. Another describes a horse that bolted after the accused woman passed nearby. Someone else says she once knew that a storm was coming before the clouds appeared. The witch hunter asks the same questions repeatedly. Who saw it? Who heard it? When did it happen? What was said beforehand? Was anyone else present? Some stories weaken. Under questioning, others become more detailed. A witness who first remembers only strange words eventually recalls a specific sentence. Another insists that the accused woman looked directly at an animal before it became ill. A third claims she was seen gathering plants after sunset. None of these details necessarily proves anything. But together they begin to create a reputation. That reputation could become one of the most powerful forces in a witchcraft investigation. Early modern communities were small enough that people often knew a great deal about one another. They knew who borrowed food, who fought with whom, who owed money, who attended church regularly, who was generous, who was difficult, who had experienced scandal. A person accused of witchcraft was rarely a stranger. She was usually somebody's neighbor. That made testimony deeply personal. It also made it dangerous. By late afternoon, the witch hunter leaves the meeting house and walks toward the village well. The sky has cleared enough for pale sunlight to reach the road. Water drips from the roofs. Several women are drawing buckets when he approaches. Their conversation stops almost immediately. He asks about the accused woman. No, one wants to speak first. Then one does. She says the woman has always been difficult. Another disagrees. Not always, only since her husband died. A third says people have feared her for years. Why? No one gives a single answer, because she knows too much about herbs, because animals behave strangely around her, because she speaks harshly, because misfortune follows arguments with her, because her mother was strange too. The witch hunter listens carefully, then he asks a different question. Has anyone here ever seen her perform witchcraft? Silence. A bucket creaks against the wooden frame of the well. Water spills onto the stones. No one answers. This distinction between reputation and direct observation was important. Even during periods of intense witch hunting, some authority understood that bad reputation alone could not prove a supernatural crime. But reputation could justify looking harder, and the harder investigators looked, the more suspicious material they often found. The witch hunter continues along the lane. You follow him toward the home of the village. Clergymen dot inside the room. Smells of paper, candle wax, and smoke. Books line one wall. Parish records are kept in a wooden chest. The clergyman has already heard about the investigation. He opens a register. The accused woman's name appears several times. Her marriage, the baptism of a child, the burial of her husband. Nothing unusual. Then the witch hunter asks whether she has ever been disciplined by the church. The clergyman thinks. There was once a dispute over attendance, another over language used during an argument. Nothing serious. Has she ever confessed to superstition? No, has. She asked for prayers against witchcraft. Yes, several people have. Again, the evidence points in contradictory directions. A woman suspected of witchcraft had herself feared witchcraft. That was entirely possible. Belief in witches was not confined to accusers or investigators. The accused often lived inside the same religious and supernatural culture as everyone else. The witch hunter asks about her mother. The clergyman searches an older record. There is no witchcraft charge. But there is a note concerning a quarrel. The details are unclear. That may be enough for someone later to claim that. Suspicion ran in the family. The sun is beginning to lower when the witch hunter leaves the clergyman's house. The road has become busier again. People are returning from fields and workshops. News of the inquiry has spread through nearly every household. Then a man approaches quickly. He has something to show. The witch hunter follows him toward a barn. Inside, dust hangs in the late light coming through gaps in the boards. The man moves aside a pile of tools and reaches into a corner. He produces a small bundle wrapped in cloth. It was found near his doorway 2 mornings ago. Inside are several bent pins, a piece of thread, dried plant matter, and something that might be wax. The man is certain it was placed there deliberately. The witch hunter examines the bundle without touching it immediately. Objects like this could become enormously significant during witchcraft scare. Pins, hair, wax figures, animal remains, knotted cords, written charms, bottles, and concealed bundles might be interpreted as magical tools. Some really were used in folk practices. Others had ordinary explanations. Still others may have been deliberately planted. The problem was rarely identifying the object. The problem was deciding what it meant. Who found it? The farmer did not. Who else saw it before it was moved? His wife. Did anyone see the accused woman near the house? No. Did she have reason to harm him? He believes so. Why? He refused to lend her money when, nearly a year ago, the witch hunter looks again at the bundle. It is placed into a small box to be kept as possible evidence. By evening, the investigation has changed. Yesterday there was one dead cow. Now there are years of remembered quarrel. Failed bread, sick animals, suspicious remarks, family rumors, church disputes, and a strange bundle found near a doorway. Nothing alone is decisive. Together, they form a story. The witch hunter returns to the meeting house as darkness settles over the village. Candles are lit. The clerk spreads the day's statements across the table. You can see the shape of the investigation in the papers now. Different handwriting, different witnesses, different years, the same name appearing again and again. The witch hunter begins sorting the testimony into groups. Threats followed by illness. Threats followed by animal deaths. Healing practices. Unusual objects. Previous reputation. Family. Connections. This is how scattered village memory could become organized suspicion, once written down. A rumor no longer sounded quite like gossip. It became a deposition, a statement, a record. Chapter 4, Tess and the Stories. The next morning begins with fog pressed low over the fields and a hard chill in the village streets. The meeting house is opened before sunrise. Inside, 2 candles burn beside the depositions collected the day before. You follow the witch hunter in as the clerk prepares fresh paper. Today, the witnesses will not sit together. They will enter one at a time. That matters because the villagers spent the night talking. The first witness is the farmer whose cow died. He repeats the story. The accused woman asked for milk. He refused. She became angry. Several days later, the cow became sick and died. The witch hunter does not ask whether he believes she caused it. He asks what she actually said. The farmer pauses. Yesterday, he remembered a warning that his household would soon need help. Today, he remembers something stronger. She told him he would regret turning her away. The clerk records the words, then. The witch hunter asks where she was standing, which direction she walked, who was close enough to hear, and whether the cow had shown signs of illness beforehand. The farmer grows less certain. Perhaps the animal had eaten poorly the evening before. Perhaps not. When another witness enters, the same questions are asked again. She remembers the argument near the doorway, but not the exact threat. She heard raised voices. She saw the accused woman leave quickly. She cannot say whether anything was spoken about the cow. The first crack appears in the story. Not a collapse, but different. Early modern witchcraft investigations could depend heavily upon consistency. Where legal procedure was cautious, contradictions might weaken a case. Where fear was already intense, those same contradictions could be dismissed as ordinary failures of memory. The expectations of the investigator mattered enormously. The witch hunter has the 2 statements placed side by side. One contains a threat, the other does not. Outside, a shadow passes briefly across the window. The next witness claims the accused woman once looked at his horse shortly before it bolted. Yesterday he described the incident as strange. Today, he says, the animal seemed terrified of her. How could he tell? The horse pulled backward. Had it done that before? Yes. Was there thunder? He thinks. There may have been. Another uncertainty is written down. The witch hunter is no longer simply collecting accusations. He is testing them. This was one of the points at which a witch hunt could either slow or gather momentum. If witnesses contradicted one another badly enough, a skeptical investigator might decide there was too little evidence to proceed. If separate witnesses described similar patterns, the case could strengthen quickly. The fourth witness changes. The atmosphere doubt. She is an older woman from a farm beyond the church. She enters with her hands clasped tightly and asks whether what she says will remain confidential. The witch hunter makes no promise. She speaks anyway. Years ago, she says, she visited the accused woman for help with persistent pain. A drink was prepared from herbs before giving it to her. The healer whispered something over the cup. What? She did not hear. Was it a prayer? Possibly. Why mention it now? Because afterwards she dreamed of a black animal standing beside her bed. The room becomes very still. The witch hunter asks, what kind of animal? A dog, perhaps, or something shaped like one. Did she see it while awake? No. Did the pain improve? Yes, the answer is awkward. The treatment worked. Dreams, visions, and unusual nighttime experiences sometimes entered witchcraft accusations. In some regions, supernatural testimony could be taken seriously. In others, courts treated it cautiously. Even early modern authorities argued over whether a dream proved anything. If the devil could deceive people through appearances, then visions were dangerous evidence. Why did she wait until now to tell anyone? The woman looks toward the floor, because she had forgotten the dream until people began speaking about the accused. The clerk's pen stops, then begins again. By noon, 6 witnesses have been questioned separately. Some accounts overlap, some do not. The accused woman is consistently described as quick-tempered. Several people remembered arguments, followed by misfortune. 2 witnesses say she offered remedies involving spoken words, but no one has seen her call a spirit. No one has seen her perform harmful magic. No one has witnessed a pact with the devil. The evidence remained circumstantial. Then a new name appears. A farmer mentions that the accused woman often visited another household near the woods. A widow lives there alone and is known for treating animals. The farmer says the 2 women sometimes gathered plants together. The witch hunter looks up. Has anyone accused this second woman? Not formally. Has anyone feared her? Some do. The clerk writes down the name. This is how witch hunts could begin to expand. The original investigation concerned one person, but learned demonology increasingly portrayed witchcraft as something practiced. In groups, friendship could become association. Association could become conspiracy. The witch hunter does not pursue the second woman yet. Instead, he asks whether anyone else has mentioned her. No. The name is circled once. Outside, the fog has begun lifting. Pale sunlight touches the church roof. People waiting near the road speak quietly among themselves. Every time a witness accepts, someone approaches with questions. What did he ask? Did he mention the charm? Did he ask about the widow? Rumor is moving faster than the investigation. By early afternoon, the witch hunter leaves the meeting house and walks toward the stable again. You follow beside the clerk and one local official. This time, he wants to examine the places connected to the testimony. The farmer points toward the doorway where the argument occurred. From this position, could the woman near the road have heard everything? Probably not. Could she have seen the accused woman? Yes. Could she have seen the stable? No. The physical landscape begins correcting the testimony. A witness had implied she watched the entire confrontation. She could not have. The witch hunter then walks the route toward the well, observing distance, sight lines, doors, fences, and paths. In an age before recordings or photographs, simply visiting the location could expose details that written statements concealed dotted the well. He asks where an old argument took place. 3 villagers point to 3 slightly different places. Another pert inconsistency. Yet when he asks whether the accused woman had a reputation for anger, all 3 agree immediately. Reputation remains stronger than detail as evening approaches. The witch hunter returns to the meeting house and spreads the statements across the table. He separates them into 2 piles. Accounts supported by more than one. Witness. Accounts supported by only one. The second pile is larger. The first contains the dead cow, several quarrels, the healer's spoken words, and the general reputation surrounding cues. It is still not proof, but the pattern is becoming more organized. A candle crackles beside the papers. Finally, the witch hunter asks for the written charm. Taken from the cottage, the clergyman is called back to examine it. Most of the words are recognizable prayers. One symbol is not. The clergyman recognizes part of the text as a protective formula copied from an older tradition. Nothing openly invokes the devil. Nothing asks for harm. But it is not an ordinary church prayer either. That uncertainty is enough to keep it in the case. The witch hunter folds the paper. Tomorrow, he says, the accused woman will be questioned. Again, this time, not in her own home. She will be summoned before the local authority and confronted with the testimony collected against her outside. Darkness settles quickly. A messenger begins walking toward the cottage at the edge of the fields. You follow at a distance. His lantern moves between the hedges, appearing and disappearing behind bare branches. When he reaches the door, he knocks. The woman opens it. The messenger gives her the summons. She reads only a few lines before looking toward the village. Tomorrow morning, she must appear. For the first time since the investigation began, the witch hunter will no longer be listening only. 2 stories about her. He will place those stories directly in front of her, and he will watch how she answers. Chapter 5. The Accused Answers. Morning comes cold and clear, with frost clinging to the grass beside the road and thin smoke rising almost straight from the village chimneys. The accused woman reaches the meeting house shortly after the church bell sounds. She has come on foot, a local official walking several paces behind her with the summons folded beneath one arm. No guards surround her yet, but people have already gathered along the lane, pretending to have errands nearby. While watching every step she takes, Inside, the witch hunter waits at the same wooden table where the witnesses were questioned the day before. The clerk has fresh paper ready. The clergyman sits near the narrow window, and two local officials stand against the wall. On the table lies the written charm taken from the woman's cottage. Beside it rests the bundle of bent pins, thread, dried plants, and wax found near the farmer's doorway. You remain near the back of the room as she enters, removes her cloak, and notices both objects immediately. Formal examinations of accused witches varied enormously across early modern Europe. In some regions, an accused person might answer questions before local magistrates and later face a public trial. Elsewhere, judges directed investigations themselves, repeatedly questioning suspects while testimony was collected around them. Procedures differed, but the accused often faced the same basic problem. By the time they entered the room, a story had already been assembled from the memories and suspicions of other people. Now they were expected to explain it. The witch hunter begins with a dead cow. He reads the farmer's account slowly, the request for milk, the refusal, the argument, the words supposedly spoken as the woman left, and the animal's death several. Days later, she admits the quarrel immediately. She was angry. She remembers saying something harsh, though not the exact threat now recorded in the deposition. She denies touching the cow, entering the stable, or using any charm against the animal. When asked why so many people seem to remember misfortune following arguments with her, she gives a simple answer. People remember the times when something happened afterward. They forget every disagreement followed by nothing at all. Villagers quarrel constantly, she says. Animals die. People become sick. Storms ruin crops. Bread fails. If someone already dislikes her, the argument becomes important only after something unfortunate happens. The witch hunter listens without interrupting, then moves to the sick man whose pain began after another disagreement. Again, she remembers the quarrel and denies causing the illness. The room is quiet enough that you can hear the clerk's quill moving across the page and the occasional crack from the small hearth. Nothing about the exchange is dramatic, but that is precisely what makes the investigation difficult. The alleged crime is invisible. No witness saw a curse leave her mouth and enter her body. No mark on the cow proves magical harm. The case exists in the connections people are making between ordinary conflict and unexplained events. The questioning turns toward healing. Does she prepare remedies? Yes, for people and animals. Sometimes, who taught her? Her mother. Did her mother use charms? She used prayers. What kind? The same words people in the area had repeated for years. The witch hunter places the folded paper taken from her cottage in front of her and asks whether she has used it. She says yes. It is for protection against illness, misfortune, and witchcraft. That answer draws a slight reaction from the officials. The woman accused of being a witch is herself afraid of witches, something that was entirely possible in a culture where belief in harmful magic was widespread. The witch hunter asks whether knowing how to protect someone from witchcraft means she also knows how witchcraft is performed. She says no. Could a protective charm be reversed? She does not know. Could words meant to heal be used to harm? Not by her. The investigator unfolds the paper and points to an unfamiliar symbol. She cannot explain it. A traveling healer gave her the charm years earlier at a market in another town. She remembers paying a few coins, but not the healer's name. He did not claim to speak with spirits, and she says he taught her nothing else. The answer creates a new trail beyond the village. A stranger had provided magical or protective knowledge, and now his existence is recorded beside the other evidence. This was how investigations could widen without anyone deliberately planning it. One object led to one person, who led to another place, which might eventually produce another name. The bundle from the farmer's doorway comes next. The witch hunter unwraps the cloth and spreads the contents on the table. Bent pins, thread, dried plant matter, wax. The accused woman stares at it and says she has never seen it before. Does she use pins and charms? No. Wax for candles, thread, poor sewing, plants, of course. Did she place the bundle near the farmer's house? No. The farmer is brought into the room, and for the first time, accuser and accused stand only a few feet apart. He insists she left it because she had threatened him after he refused to lend her money. The woman immediately calls the claim Bly. His voice rises, hers follows. One of the officials orders both to be quiet. The witch hunter asks a simpler question. Did the farmer actually see her place the bundle? No. Did anyone? No. Was the object hidden somewhere only she could have reached? No. Nearly anyone using the road could have placed it there. Could someone have planted it deliberately to make her appear guilty? The farmer becomes offended by the suggestion, but is forced to admit that it was possible. When he leaves, the bundle looks exactly the same as before, but its meaning has changed. Possible evidence has become uncertain evidence. Objects such as pins, hair, wax, figures, knotted cords, bottles, animal remains, and written charms could appear in genuine folk practices. But they could also have ordinary explanations or be planted deliberately. The difficulty was not recognizing something unusual, but with proving who placed it there and why. The witch hunter then reads through the stranger accusations collected over the previous day. Bread that refused to rise. A horse that bolted after the accused woman passed. Her prediction that a storm was coming. And the woman who dreamed of a black animal beside her bed after receiving a remedy. The accused laughs briefly at the bread and says the horse had always been nervous. Anyone looking toward the hills could have seen the storm approaching. The dream confuses her more than anything else. How, she asks, could she be responsible for what another person saw while asleep? The clergyman explains that some authority believed witches could appear spiritually or send supernatural beings to torment victims, though others distrusted such claims. The accused asks whether she is now being blamed for entering a house without actually being there. No one answers immediately. Her frustration becomes visible, and the witch hunter watches closely. Demeanor could influence investigations even, though it proved nothing. Crying could be interpreted as fear of discovery. Anger could be called hostility. Calmness could seem unnatural. Silence could become concealment. Once investigators expected guilt, almost any reaction could be made. To fit the expectation, the questioning then turns toward the widow who lives near the woods. The accused admits knowing her. They gather plants together occasionally. Has the widow taught her charms? No. Have they performed rituals together? No. Have they met after? Dark, sometimes, because work does not always end before sunset. Are there others who join them? Sometimes. The witch hunter asks for names. The woman hesitates, saying those people have done nothing wrong. That hesitation changes the room. The names are requested again, and eventually she gives two. Both are villagers. Neither has previously appeared in the investigation. The clerk writes them down by late morning. The questions have traveled far beyond the dead cow that first brought the witch hunter to the village. Has she ever met the devil? No. Promised herself to him? No. Been offered power by a spirit? No. Attended a gathering of witches? No. Does she know anyone who has? No. These questions reflect the influence of learned demonology, which increasingly connected harmful magic to demonic pacts and organized gatherings. A village accusation could therefore become absorbed into a much larger theory of witchcraft, even when the original witnesses had said nothing about the devil at all. The woman rejects every suggestion. The witch hunter closes the deposition, and for a moment the room contains only the sound of the hearth and distant voices outside. There is still no direct evidence that she harmed anyone through magic. But there are repeated accusations, a reputation, healing practices, a written charm, unexplained misfortunes, and now several new people whose names have entered the inquiry. The local officials confer quietly. Then the decision is made. She will not be allowed to return to her cottage that afternoon. The woman stands so quickly that the chair scrapes against the floor. She asks why she is being detained when she has confessed to nothing. A constable steps forward. The witch hunter does not answer for the court. His work has been to gather, compare, and test the accusations. The authority to hold her belongs to the officials standing beside him. She is told that further examination is required and that witnesses connected to the new names must now be questioned. Outside, the waiting crowd sees the constable appear in the doorway before anyone tells them what has happened. The news begins, spreading almost immediately. The accused woman is led away from the meeting house toward a small room used to hold prisoners temporarily. You follow at a distance as the village road opens around her. People move aside. Some stare openly. Others refuse to meet her eye. Only days ago, she was simply the woman who lived near the edge of the field. Now the village is watching her as someone dangerous. Behind you, the witch hunter returns to the table. 2 new names lie on the clerk's page, and the widow near. The woods has not yet been questioned. 1 suspect has become 3 possible lines of inquiry. The investigation is no longer asking only whether this woman harmed a cow or caused a man's illness. It is beginning to ask whether she learned forbidden knowledge from others, whether she practiced it with companions, and whether the village contains more witches than anyone first suspected. Chapter 6. The search widens by the following morning. The village has become quieter in a different way. People are still moving between houses, still carrying water, feeding animals, opening shutters, and beginning the day. But conversations stop whenever the witch hunter passes. The detained woman spent a night under guard in a small room near the meeting house, and almost everyone now knows it. You follow the witch hunter shortly after sunrise as he leaves the village center with a constable and a clerk. The road toward the woods is narrow and wet beneath a layer of fallen leaves. Bare branches arch over the lane, and the last houses thin out behind you. Ahead stands the cottage of the widow whose name appeared during yesterday's examination. Smoke rises from the chimney. A small fenced garden lies beside the house, mostly dormant now except for hardy herbs and a few stalks left from summer. The widow is already outside when the group arrives. Someone has warned her. She watches the men approach without moving from the doorway. The witch hunter tells her that her name has appeared in an inquiry concerning suspected witchcraft. She does not appear surprised. She knows the detained woman. They gather plants together. They have traded remedies. They have visited one another's homes. None of this is denied. What she denies is the conclusion that others have begun drawing from it. The questioning begins outside before moving into the cottage. Where did she learn her remedies? From her mother and from years of treating animals. Does she use charms? Sometimes prayers. Does she own written formulas? A few. Does she believe harmful magic exists? Yes. Has she ever used it? No. The answers resemble those given by the first accused woman so closely that the clerk's quill seems to follow an already familiar path. Inside the cottage, the similarities become more visible. Dried herbs hang from the rafters. Bundles of roots sit near the hearth. Jars line a shelf. A pestle rests beside a stone mortar. To a modern observer, the room looks like the home of someone who understands plants and domestic medicine. Two frightened neighbors, the same objects could become evidence of hidden knowledge. The witch hunter examines them one by one. He asks what each plant is used for and whether any are poisonous. The widow answers calmly. Some soothe pain. Some settle the stomach. Some are used for animals. A few can be dangerous if prepared incorrectly. That last admission attracts attention. Early modern healers worked with substances that could help in one dose and harm in another. Plants such as henbane, belladonna, mandrake, and others acquired strong associations with magic in later imagination. But practical herbal knowledge was not itself proof of witchcraft. Still, when an investigation was already looking for signs of forbidden practice, ordinary medicinal materials could take on darker meaning. The witch hunter asks whether she possesses anything meant specifically to protect against witches. The widow points toward the hearth. Tucked behind a beam is a small object wrapped in cloth. The constable removes it carefully. Inside is a piece of iron, several dried leaves, and a scrap of paper bearing a short prayer. The widow says it has been there for years. It protects the house against what? Illness, bad luck, wandering spirits, witchcraft, whatever might come through the door. The witch hunter looks at the object for a long moment. Again, the contradiction appears. A woman suspected of witchcraft has filled her home with protections against witchcraft. This was not unusual. Popular magical practice often blurred the categories that officials tried to impose upon it. A charm used to defend against a curse might look almost identical to one believed capable of causing harm. A healer might claim to undo witchcraft, while a clergyman considered the method itself superstitious. The question was not only what an object did, but who was interpreting it. The widow is asked whether the detained woman helped make the charm. No. Did they ever prepare protections together? Once or twice, perhaps. For whose benefit? Villagers who asked. Names are requested. The widow gives several. The clerk begins. But nonetheless, by midday, the witch hunter has learned something that changes the shape of the investigation again. The accused woman and the widow were not meeting secretly to perform mysterious rites. They were part of a small network of people who exchanged practical knowledge, plants, prayers, livestock remedies, protections, and advice. Some villagers came to them willingly when ordinary solutions failed. A man who now calls the widow suspicious once asked her to treat a horse. Another paid her for a protective charm, after livestock repeatedly sickened. A woman who has begun whispering that both healers are dangerous once brought a feverish relative to their door. The hunter begins visiting these people. You follow him from house to house through the afternoon. At one cottage, a farmer admits that he sought the widow's help because he believed another neighbor had cursed his cattle. She gave him herbs and told him to place iron near the stable door. The pattle At another house, a woman says the detained healer prepared a drink when her husband suffered stomach pain. He recovered too. These successful remedies complicate the accusations, but they also reveal how deeply magical thinking is woven into village life. People who now fear the healers once trusted them precisely because they believed the healers possessed unusual knowledge. The witch hunter returns to the meeting house before sunset. The first accused woman is brought from confinement and seated across from him again. The widow has not been detained, though an official remains near her cottage. The hunter places several new statements on the table. He asks the accused woman whether she and the widow ever treated people believed to be bewitched. Yes. How did they determine witchcraft was involved? Usually they did not know. Families came to them already convinced. What did they do? Pray. Prepare remedies. Sometimes advise protections around the house. Did they ever identify the supposed witch responsible? The woman hesitates. Sometimes. People demanded a name. Did she give one? Occasionally she repeated what others already suspected. That answer is dangerous in a way she may not fully understand. The same woman now accused of witchcraft once participated, however indirectly, in the culture of accusation herself. A household believed a neighbor had cursed them, asked for help, and she provided a remedy within that belief system. The witch hunter asks whether she ever told anyone to confront a suspected witch. No. Hurt one. No. Bring charges. No. But the investigator is now seeing the larger pattern. Witch hunting did not always begin with professional hunters or learned judges. Communities already possessed their own systems for identifying misfortune, protecting against it, and blaming suspected individuals. The hunter often entered a world where accusations had been circulating, long before any court became involved. Then comes a more invasive stage. Several witnesses have claimed that the accused woman bears unusual marks on her body. One remembers a large mole near her shoulder. Another says she has a scar that never seemed to heal properly. Such claims could become significant because some demonological theories held that witches bore physical signs of their pact with the devil. These might be described as witch marks, devil's marks, or places where familiars supposedly fed. The beliefs were inconsistent, and the methods used to search for them varied widely. In England and Scotland, some examiners and so-called witch pickers became notorious for searching bodies for insensitive spots or unusual blemishes. Not every witchcraft case involved such examinations, and many authorities distrusted them. But in some regions they became powerful tools for confirming suspicions already present. The woman realizes where the questioning is going before the witch hunter says it. She refuses at first. The officials confers. Eventually, 2 women from the village are selected to conduct a physical search away from the male investigators. The witch hunter does not perform the examination himself. You remain outside the adjoining room with the clerk while muted voices pass through the wooden wall. The wait lasts longer than expected. The fire in the meeting house has burned low. The witch hunter stands near the window looking toward the darkening road while the clerk rearranges papers already covered with names. When the door finally opens, one examiner carries a written description. Several ordinary marks were found: a scar near the shoulder, a mole along the ribs, another mark on the leg. Nothing about them is inherently unusual. Human bodies contain scars, birthmarks, moles, warts, calluses, and injuries. But the witch hunter asks whether any mark appeared insensitive to touch. One examiner says she is uncertain. The other says the woman did not react when a pin touched one particular scar. The accused immediately protests from the adjoining room that she did react and that the examiner barely touched her. The 2 accounts are recorded separately. Here again, interpretation matters more than the mark itself. A scar can be a scar, or, to someone convinced that witches carry supernatural signs, it can become confirmation. The witch hunter asks for the pin used during the examination. He studies it. There were real cases in which fraudulent witch prickers used retractable, poor, specially prepared needles that appeared to enter the flesh without causing pain, allowing an examiner to discover an insensitive witch mark almost at will. Whether this village has encountered such fraud is unknown, but the broader history mattered. Witch hunting could attract specialists who claimed expertise that ordinary magistrates lacked, and that expertise could be abused. Some charged fees. Some built reputations on finding marks others could not. In Scotland, witch-pricking became notorious enough that authorities eventually grew suspicious of the practice itself. The hunter in this village does something unexpectedly cautious. He asks that the mark be examined again the next day by different people before it is treated as evidence. Outside, darkness has settled completely. The widow's cottage remains under observation, but she has not been arrested. The first accused woman remains confined. Several additional villagers have now been identified as people who sought magical protections or remedies, and one questionable bodily mark has entered the record. The investigation could still collapse. It could also expand rapidly. The witch hunter gathers the papers and places them into a leather case. Tomorrow he will examine the alleged mark again, question the new names, and decide whether the widow herself should be detained. You follow him out into the cold night. Lantern light moves across the road ahead and behind the meeting house. A church bell sounds once across the dark fields. The village began with one dead cow. It now contains healers, charms, protective magic, suspicious marks, witnesses, and a growing list of people connected to one another. The hunter has not discovered a coven. He has discovered something much more ordinary and potentially more dangerous to everyone involved. He has discovered how many people in the village already live inside the world of magic he was summoned to investigate. Chapter 7. The Witch Pekuth. Next morning begins under a low ceiling of grey cloud. Frost has disappeared, replaced by damp air and a thin mist drifting between the houses. The village road is already busy when you follow the witch, a hunter toward the meeting house. Word has spread that the accused woman will be examined again, and this time a specialist has been summoned from another town. He arrives shortly after sunrise on horseback, carrying a leather case and a reputation that has reached the village before him. Men like this appeared in parts of Britain and continental Europe under different names and with different degrees of legitimacy. Some were experienced examiners attached to local authority. Others were self-appointed experts who claimed an unusual ability to identify witches by marks on the body, insensitive spots, or other physical signs. In Scotland, such men became known as witch prickers, and during periods of intense persecution, some travelled from place to place offering their services. Their work could carry the appearance of specialized knowledge in an age when officials desperately wanted physical proof of an invisible crime. It could also become one of the most unreliable and easily abused parts of a witchcraft investigation. The specialist enters the meeting house and places his case on the table. He is not dressed like a mysterious, occult figure. He looks more like a tradesman or minor official, wearing a heavy coat darkened at the shoulders from the morning mist. Inside the case are several slender instruments, some resembling long needles or awls, along with notes from previous examinations. The local witch hunter watches him carefully. Yesterday, 2 women examining the prisoner claimed that one scar near her shoulder seemed less sensitive than the surrounding skin. Today, that claim will be tested. The accused woman is brought in under guard. She looks exhausted from another night in confinement and immediately notices the stranger's instruments. Her expression hardens. She asks whether she is to be tortured. The witch hunter says no. The examination is presented as a test, not punishment. That distinction may offer little comfort. The idea behind witch pricking rested on beliefs that the devil marked those who entered into his service, or that witches possessed areas of the body used to feed familiar spirits. Such marks were sometimes expected to be insensitive to pain, or incapable of bleeding normally. Human skin, of course, is filled with scars, calluses, moles, birthmarks, numb patches, old injuries, and areas that respond differently to pressure. A determined examiner could almost always find something unusual. The woman is taken into the adjoining room with female attendants, while the specialist waits outside until the location of yesterday's mark is identified. You remain with a witch hunter and clerk as muted conversation passes through the wall. Eventually, the examiner is called in. The accused protestes loudly enough to be heard from the meeting house, insisting that the scar came from an injury years earlier. The specialist begins testing around it. He touches one place, then another, varying the pressure. The attendants are instructed to watch for pain, bleeding, and reaction. At first, nothing unusual happens. Then the accused woman fails to react to one touch. The specialist repeats it. Again, little response. A murmur moves through the room. The witch hunter steps closer but does not speak. The examiner declares the location suspicious. The accused immediately says the instrument barely touched her. She demands that another needle be used. That request changes the atmosphere. The witch hunter takes one of the specialist's instruments and studies it himself. He presses the point carefully against a piece of leather lying on the table. The needle does not penetrate as deeply as expected. He turns it over. There is a mechanism in the handle. The point retracts slightly under pressure. The specialist says this allows controlled testing. The witch hunter says it also allows the appearance of penetration without real pain. This was not merely theoretical. Historical records from Scotland describe fraudulent witch prickers who used retractable or blunted needles, enabling them to claim that a suspect had an insensitive mark when the skin had hardly been pierced at all. Some gained money and status, prompt producing results. In a frightened community, a specialist who always found witches could appear, more valuable than one who found none. The local officials begin questioning the examiner. How often does he find a mark? Often. How often does he fail? Rarely. How is he paid? By the authorities who summoned him. Does payment depend upon finding evidence? He hesitates before answering. The witch hunter watches him more closely now than he watches the prisoner. The purpose of an investigation is shifting again. An expert who was invited to discover witchcraft has become part of the evidence being tested. The accused woman remains in the adjoining room while the officials inspect every instrument in the leather case. Most are ordinary, sharp points. 2 are not. 1 retracts. Another appears deliberately dulled. The specialist insists these are used only for demonstration. No one in the room seems entirely convinced. The witch hunter orders the scar examined again with a plain sewing needle provided by the clerk. The accused is warned before each touch. This time she reacts immediately. The mark bleeds slightly. Nothing unusual is found. The specialist says the devil can make marks behave differently when discovered. The witch hunter does not record that explanation as evidence. If every failed test can be explained by claiming supernatural interference, then no test can ever truly fail. That problem haunted many forms of witch detection. Floating might prove guilt. Sinking might be dismissed. A mark might prove guilt. The absence of one might simply mean the devil concealed it. Confession proved guilt, while denial could be interpreted as stubborn resistance. A system that cannot accept evidence against its own conclusion becomes capable of producing witches almost without limit. Outside, the crowd has grown. People press close enough to the meeting house that a constable must repeatedly order them back from the windows. Rumors begin before the examination has even finished. Someone claims a devil's mark was found. Another says the mark vanished. Wind touched. A third says the witch picker himself has exposed the conspiracy. None of these stories matures what actually happened inside. The witch hunter eventually dismisses the specialist from the room and tells him he will receive no further paint until the local authority reviews his methods. The man protests. He says he has identified witches in several towns. He names officials who trusted him. He warns that skepticism allows servants of Satan to escape. The argument grows louder. Finally, he closes the leather case, fastens it sharply, and leaves. The crowd outside follows him with questions. By the time his horse reaches the road, his version of events will already be competing with several others. The witch hunter returns to the prisoner. The physical mark is removed from the list of supporting evidence that does not free her. There are still witness statements, healing practices, the written charm, unexplained quarrels, and the network of villagers who sought protective magic. But one piece of evidence has weakened, and the investigator has learned something important about the work he is doing. Witch hunters were not immune to deception simply because they believed themselves to be exposing it. Specialists could exaggerate. Witnesses could misremember. Objects could be planted. Pressure could manufacture agreement. The more desperately authorities wanted physical proof, the easier it became for someone to provide proof that was not real. In the afternoon, the investigation turns back toward the widow near the woods. The witch hunter decides not to detain her yet. Instead, he questions the people who visited her for remedies, who follow him along the wet road to a farmhouse where a man admits purchasing a charm intended to protect his cattle. The charm contained: pour a small piece of iron and several herbs. Did it work? The cattle stopped becoming sick. Did the man believe they had been bewitched? Yes. By whom? He names a neighbor. Had the widow named that person? No. He had already suspected him before seeking help. This detail is repeated elsewhere. People often arrive at healers with the supposed, which already identified in their minds. The healer's role was not always to create an accusation, but to respond to one that already existed. In several cases, the witch hunter discovers that the accused healers had actually discouraged confrontation, advising families to pray, use remedies, or protect their homes, rather than accuse anyone publicly. As evening approaches, you return with the witch hunter to the meeting house. Rain has begun again, soft against the roof. The room is warmer than outside, and the day's papers have been arranged into a new order. On one side lie evidence supporting suspicion. On the other are contradictions, failed tests, and testimony that weakens the case. The balance is no longer as simple as it seemed several days earlier. Yet the village outside is more convinced than ever that witches have been discovered. That is the danger now. The legal investigation has become cautious at exactly the moment public fear is accelerating. The accused woman remains confined because releasing her immediately could provoke anger, perhaps even violence. The widow is watched because neighbors have begun gathering near her road after dark. The witch hunter realizes that he is no longer investigating only witchcraft. He is managing a village that increasingly wants witches to exist. Before leaving for the night, he asks the clerk to read aloud the names collected so far. Some belong to healers, some to accusers, some to people who purchased charms. Several appear on both sides of the story. The same farmer who fears one woman once paid another for magical protection. The same witness who condemns charms keeps an iron object above his own doorway. The same villagers demanding proof of witches already practice small forms of protective magic themselves. The line separating hunter, victim, healer, and believer has become difficult to see. The witch hunter closes the ledger and looks toward the dark window. Beyond the glass, lanterns move through the rain as villagers return home. Somewhere among those houses, people are still whispering names. Tomorrow, the investigation will move away from marks and charms and toward something far more dangerous. The search for accusations Because once a community begins to believe that witchcraft is practiced in groups, one accused person is never enough. Chapter 8. The search for accomplices the next morning. The rain has stopped, but the village is soaked through. Water drips from the eaves. Cartwheels cut deep tracks into the road. And the fields beyond the church shine beneath a pale sky. Inside the meeting house, the witch hunter begins with the names already written in the ledger. The widow near the woods, 2 villagers who sometimes gathered herbs with the accused woman, a farmer who purchased protective charms, and another household that once asked for help against suspected bewitchment. None has been formally accused, but they are now connected by testimony, and that connection matters. Learned demonology had encouraged the idea that witchcraft was not merely an isolated act of malice performed by one angry neighbor. In many regions, authorities came to imagine witches as members of hidden communities who shared knowledge, served the devil, and recruited others. Once investigators accepted that possibility, the question changed. They were no longer asking only, did this person commit witchcraft? They began asking, who taught her? Who worked with her? Who else was there? You follow as the first witness is brought inside. He is a laborer who admits joining the accused woman and the widow while gathering plants near the woods. They collected roots, leaves, and bark for household remedies. Did they speak prayers? Sometimes draw symbols? No. Invoke spirits? No. Meet at night? Once, after work ran late. The witch hunter asks whether there were fires, dancing, feasting, strange animals, or promises made to supernatural beings. The man looks bewildered. There was a lantern, he says. They were trying not to trip over roots. Another witness is questioned. Then another. The same problem appears. Ordinary activity can begin to resemble a hidden gathering when every detail is viewed through suspicion. Sharing food becomes a feast. Meeting after sunset becomes a nocturnal assembly. Passing knowledge from one person to another becomes initiation. The witch hunter knows that confessions from other cases across Europe sometimes contained elaborate accounts of witches' meetings, later described as Sabbaths, where witches supposedly worshipped the devil, feasted, danced, and plotted hard. These stories became powerful in demonological writing, though the details varied, and historians have long questioned how much came from popular belief, interrogation, suggestion, fear, and the expectations of authorities. In some trials, suspects were asked questions so specific that the answers were nearly supplied in advance. The hunter in this village begins more carefully. Instead of asking whether a witness attended a witch's Sabbath, he asks where people met who arrived, what they carried, what they said, and when they left near midday. The accused woman is brought from confinement. Her face is tired, her clothing wrinkled from days in custody. The hunter places the list of names before her and asks again about the people who gathered plants with her. They were neighbors and healers, she says, not witches. Did they ever discuss harming anyone? No. Speak about spirits. People told stories, but stories were not summonings. Did the widow possess magical knowledge? She knew remedies. Did anyone teach the accused woman how to curse? No. Then the hunter asks whether she has ever known someone she believed to be a witch. She hesitates. Years ago, she says, there was A woman in another village whom many people feared because livestock sickened around her, and families claimed she had threatened them. Did she believe those accusations? At the time, yes. What happened to the woman? She does not know. The hunter lets the silence remain. The accused now sits in the same position as someone she once suspected. Early modern belief in witchcraft crossed social boundaries. A person could fear witches, seek charms against them, accuse a neighbor, and later become accused herself. The questioning becomes more dangerous when the witch hunter asks about familiar spirits. Has she ever been shown how to use one? No. Has an animal ever appeared repeatedly at unusual times? She says animals wander. One local official claims a black cat was often seen outside her cottage. The accused says it belongs to a family 2 houses away. A constable is sent to check and soon returns with confirmation. The cat does belong to another household. Familiar. Spirits were especially prominent in English witchcraft belief, where accused witches were sometimes said to keep small demons in animal form that sucked blood or carried out harmful tasks. Cats, dogs, toads, birds, and stranger creatures appear in testimony. In other parts of Europe, ideas about supernatural helpers differed. Once the idea of a familiar entered an investigation, however, almost any animal near a suspect could become suspicious. Then the widow is brought in. She has remained free until now, but someone threw mud at her door during the night and a stone broke one of her shutters. The witch hunter tells her she is being questioned for her own protection as much as for the inquiry. She repeats the familiar account, remedies, plants, protective prayers, no demonic pact, no secret meetings. Under pressure, however, she adds something new. Another healer in a neighboring parish once taught her a method for deciding whether an illness had been caused by witchcraft. It involved placing certain objects in water while reciting a prayer and observing what happened. The witch hunter asks for the healer's name. She gives it reluctantly. Another name enters the ledger. Another village enters the investigation. This was how local cases could spread. A suspect named a teacher named a neighbor remembered a relative. Investigators traveled, records moved, and a hunt that began with one accusation could become regional. In the intense persecutions of parts of the Holy Roman Empire and Scotland, chains of accusations sometimes grew rapidly as suspects were pressured to identify accomplices. The witch hunter now faces a choice. He can send men to the neighboring parish immediately, or determine first whether the widow's method describes harmful magic at all. He chooses the second. The practice was intended to diagnose bewitchment, not cause it. The clergyman condemns it as superstition, but admits that superstition is not necessarily the same thing as a demonic pact. Some local officials are frustrated. They want certainty. The hunter gives them categories instead: folk, remedy, protective, charm, superstition, suspicious association, alleged harmful magic, possible demonic witchcraft. By late afternoon, the meeting house is crowded with papers and arguments. One official wants the widow detained. Another warns that there is still no direct accusation that she harmed anyone. The clergyman wants the charms suppressed, but is unconvinced that either woman serves the devil. The constable reports that villagers are demanding arrests The witch hunter finally orders that the widow remain under supervision but not yet be imprisoned. That decision does not calm anyone. Near dusk, shouting breaks out by the widow's cottage. You follow the witch hunter and her constables through the mud toward a small crowd gathered outside. Someone claims a child became feverish that afternoon after the widow looked at the family. Another person says a chicken died. A man insists this proves the authorities waited too long. The witch hunter asks when the fever began, before the widow returned from questioning. When did the chicken die that morning? Had anyone examined it? No. The timing weakens both stories, but the crowd does not disperse. Fear no longer requires a coherent sequence. It needs only another event. The hunter orders everyone away and stations a constable at the widow's door. As people retreat, you hear fragments of conversation, following them back toward the village. To witches, maybe 3, perhaps more. Someone says they gather in the woods. Someone else claims animals carry messages between their houses. By the time the church bell sounds, a new version of the case already exists outside the official record, back at the meeting house. The witch hunter sits before the ledger long after the others have gone. Candles burn low across names connected by lines and notes. The first accused woman, the widow, 2 herb gatherers, the healer from another parish, families who purchased charms, neighbors who feared curses. None has confessed to demonic witchcraft. Some may have practiced forms of magic condemned by church authorities. Some may have done nothing more than use inherited remedies and prayers. Yet the structure of a conspiracy is beginning to appear simply because everyone knows everyone else. Once investigators believed witches operated in groups, innocence became harder to prove through isolation because almost no one in a village was truly isolated. Friendship became association. Kinship became inheritance. Teaching became initiation. A shared remedy became secret knowledge. The hunter closes the ledger, but one question remains open on the final page. Tomorrow, the authorities must decide whether continued denial means the investigation has reached its immature, whether stronger methods should be used to force the truth into the open. Chapter 9. The interrogation, the decision, is made shortly after sunrise. The accused woman will be questioned again, but this time the authorities are no longer interested only in dead livestock, failed bread, old quarrels, all the content of her cottage. They want to know whether the accusations can be turned into a confession. You follow the witch hunter into the meeting house as the clerk arranges the depositions into a single stack. The room feels different from the earlier exam. Pure people are present. The shutters remain partly closed. A constable stands near the door. When the accused woman is brought in after another night in confinement, she immediately notices the change. The witch hunter begins by reading the case back to her as though the pieces now belong together. She quarreled with neighbors before. Misfortune followed. She practiced healing and protective magic. She kept a written charm. She gathered siabs with others who possessed similar knowledge. She treated families who believed themselves bewitched. None of those facts proves a pact with the devil. But spoken one after another, they sound more sinister than they did separately. This was one of the dangers of an accumulating witchcraft case. Circumstantial evidence gained weight simply by being placed beside more circumstantial evidence. The hunter asks whether she ever used magic to harm another person. No. Whether she summoned a spirit. No. Whether she promised herself to the devil. No. Whether she knows anyone who has. No. Her answers have not changed. To a cautious investigator, that consistency might matter. To one already convinced of guilt, it could be interpreted as stubborn resistance. What happens next would have depended heavily on where in early modern Europe such an investigation took place. There was no single European method of interrogating accused witches. In England, ordinary felony courts did not generally possess a routine legal right to torture suspects, but coercion still occurred. During the East Anglian witch hunt of the 1640s, Matthew Hopkins, John Stern, and their associates used prolonged watching, sleep deprivation, repeated questioning, and enforced walking while insisting they were not technically torturing prisoners. Scotland saw harsher methods used in many investigations, sometimes with authorization and sometimes outside proper procedure. In territories of the Holy Roman Empire, judicial torture could be permitted when authorities believed enough preliminary evidence had been established. Formal rules were supposed to limit its use, and confessions obtained under torture might need to be repeated afterward. But during severe persecutions, those protections could become weak or meaningless. The witch hunter in this village has not ordered physical torture. Instead, he begins with pressure that leaves fewer visible marks. The questions continue for hours. Perhaps, he suggests, she did not knowingly meet the devil. Could a spirit have deceived her? Could the traveling healer who gave her the charm have concealed the true source of its power? Did she ever dream of a man dressed in black? Did an animal ever seem to speak? Did she ever wake feeling that someone had touched her? The questions reveal the world the investigators expect to find. She denies each suggestion, but as the morning passes, her answers grow shorter. By afternoon, the hunter changes tactics. He tells her that other people have already spoken about gatherings near the woods. He does not explain that those witnesses described little more than collecting plants, sharing remedies, and staying outside after sunset. He simply says that others have spoken. Does she still deny what happened there? She says they gathered verbs, were prayers spoken. Yes, were names repeated. Sometimes the names of people being treated. Were candles or lanterns used? If it was dark, was food shared? Occasionally, ordinary details are slowly being rearranged into the shape of a witch's meeting. Plants become magical ingredients. A lantern becomes ritual fire. Shared food resembles a feast. Names spoken in prayer begin to sound like invocation. The accused woman realizes what is happening and stops elaborating. Her silence is entered into the record as reluctance. After sunset, she is returned to confinement, but the examination does not truly stop. A guard is instructed to watch her through the night. In some historical witch hunts, this kind of watching became a deliberate method of exhaustion. Suspects could be prevented from sleeping while observers waited for supposed familiars to appear. Small animals, insects, mice, or flies might then be interpreted as supernatural servants, arriving to feed or communicate with the prisoner. The practical result was sleep deprivation. Exhausted people became confused, suggestible, and desperate for questioning to end. You remain outside the holding room for part of the night with the witch hunter. Each time the woman begins to sleep, someone speaks to her or makes her sit upright. At one point, a mouse appears near a storage chest. A guard whispers that perhaps the familiar has arrived. The witch hunter tells him to leave it alone. The animal disappears beneath the wall. Nothing supernatural has occurred, but in a less cautious investigation. The same mouse might have entered the testimony by morning, when questioning begins again. The accused woman has barely slept. The witch hunter returns to the subject of a accomplice. He names the widow near the woods. No. The two villagers who gathered herbs with them. No. The healer from another parish. She hardly knew him. Then he offers an explanation for her denials. Perhaps she is protecting the others because she fears them. Perhaps they threatened her. Perhaps the devil warned her never to reveal their names. The structure of the question gives her a way to agree with the investigator without admitting that she invented anything. She still refuses. Hours later, however, she finally says something new. Years ago, after her husband died, she dreamed that a dark figure stood at the foot of her bed. The clerk stops writing and looks up. The witch hunter asks whether it was a man. She does not know. Did it speak? She cannot remember clearly. Did it offer help? Perhaps, she says. She dreamed that someone told her she would not always be alone. The room changes instantly. She tries to explain that she had been grieving and sick with fever during that winter, that the memory is old and uncertain. But the investigators now have the first statement resembling the demonic encounter they have been searching for. The hunter begins constructing the dream through question. Was the figure dressed in black? Perhaps did it have a face? She cannot remember. Did it touch her? No. Did it ask for blood? No. Did she promise anything? No. Did it return? She does not. No. Was this before she began using charms? She cannot place the year. The more uncertain she becomes, the more specific the questions become. This pattern appeared in historical witchcraft interrogations. Confessions did not always arrive as sudden. Declarates they could grow slowly from suggestion, exhaustion, and repeated questioning. A suspect might first admit a dream, then a voice, then a promise, then a spirit, until the account increasingly resembled the demonological model already familiar to the interrogator. Once one confession contained those details, the same details could be asked of the next suspect. Similar answers were then treated as independent confirmation, even though the questions themselves helped create the similarity. By late afternoon, the accused woman is visibly exhausted. She puts both hands over her face and says she cannot continue answering questions about something she barely remembers. The witch hunter finally ends the examination and orders that she'll be allowed several hours of sleep. There is still no confession of witchcraft. She has not admitted harming anyone, serving the devil, attending a Sabbath, or working with a What exists on the newest deposition is a grieving widow's uncertain memory of a dream. Yet outside the meeting house, villagers are already waiting for news. One official steps into the road and says only that new information has been obtained. That is enough. Before darkness settles, the story changes as it moves from house to house. She saw a dark man. She spoke with him. She met the devil by nightfall. People who never entered the interrogation room will repeat the last version as though they heard it themselves. The witch hunter remains at the table after the others leave. Rain begins softly against the roof. He looks over the newest page beside the earlier depositions. For days he has tried to separate evidence from rumor. He tested witnesses against one another. He rejected a suspicious body mark after discovering a questionable witch pricker. He recognized that charms, herbs, and protective objects could have meanings other than demonic witchcraft. Now, the most dangerous evidence in the case may have been produced by the investigation itself. The woman did not bring the devil into the room. The questions did. The hunter closes the ledger as the church bell sounds through the wet evening. Until now, he has been searching for evidence that existed before he arrived. From this point forward, every hour of pressure risks creating the evidence he is supposed to discover. Chapter 10. The Confession. The accused woman is allowed several hours of sleep, but by morning the questioning begins again. Outside, low cloud hangs over the village, and smoke from the chimneys drifts close to the roofs. Inside the meeting house, yesterday's deposition lies open on the table. The passage about the dark figure marked by the clerk. When the prisoner is brought in, she looks less exhausted than she did the night before, but more guarded. She has learned that every hesitation creates another question. The witch hunter begins with a dream. Did the figure appear once, or more than once? She thinks once. Was it a man, perhaps? Was it dark because the room was dark, or because the figure itself seemed dark? She cannot say did it speak. She remembers comfort, nothing more. Did it offer help? Perhaps. Did she answer? She may have said yes to being comforted. There is still no devil, no pact, no crime, but the structure of a confession is beginning to form around uncertain memories. In many witchcraft trials, confession became the most valued evidence because the supposed crime was almost impossible to witness directly. Courts could gather rumors, examine charms, inspect bodies, hear about dead livestock, and record old quarrels. But none of that proved a supernatural pact. A confession seemed to make the invisible crime visible. The problem was how often those confessions were produced under pressure. Where judicial torture was permitted, pain could be escalated until a suspect gave the expected answer. Where formal tort was restricted, authorities could still use isolation, threats, prolonged questioning, watching, sleep deprivation, and exhaustion. The legal language differed from place to place. The effect on a frightened prisoner could be much the same. By midday, the witch hunter changes direction. He tells the woman that the widow near the woods has been questioned and that investigators now know they practiced remedies together. That much is true. He then says the widow has spoken about things the accused has not admitted. He leaves the statement deliberately vague. The prisoner asks what the widow said. The hunter refuses to answer. Separation made this tactic powerful. One suspect could be told that another had already confessed, even when the supposed confession was partial. Be uncertain or non-existent. Fear supplied the missing details. The woman begins to worry that the widow has accused her. The hunter asks why she would fear an accusation if nothing happened. After a long silence, she admits there were practices they did not discuss with the clergyman. Sometimes they placed objects in water while praying to determine whether an illness might be caused by witchcraft. Sometimes herbs were burned. Once or twice wax was melted and poured into cold water, and the resulting shape was interpreted. These practices fit the broad world of folk magic far more easily than learned ideas of a demonic conspiracy. But the distinction is narrowing inside the room. The hunter asks whether the rituals worked. Sometimes people recovered. Did the women believe the help came from God? Yes. Could another power have answered instead? The accused say she does not know. That uncertainty is written down. The questioning then turns toward the strange bundle found near the farmer's doorway. Did she know that pins, thread, hair, wax, or animal remains might be used in harmful magic? She says she had heard stories. Who told her? Everyone told such stories. The answer is probably true. Early modern communities carried a great deal of shared knowledge about curses, charms, omens, spirits, and protections. A person did not need to practice harmful magic to know how people imagined it worked, but knowledge itself can look incriminating. Once suspicion has already settled on a name, the hunter returns again to the dark figure. Perhaps, he suggests, it was not merely a dream. Perhaps it came because she was grieving after her husband's death. Perhaps it promised relief. The woman says she does not know. Did she ever speak aloud that she would give anything to escape her grief? She begins to cry and says she may have. Many grieving people do. Did the figure touch her at first? She says no, then that she cannot remember, and finally that perhaps it touched her hand. Did she feel pain? No. Did it leave a mark? She does not know. The clerk continues writing. A dream is slowly becoming an encounter, because the questions require more detail than the memory contains. This pattern appeared repeatedly in historical interrogations. Confessions could grow by degrees. A dream became a visitor. A visitor became a spirit. A comforting voice became an offer. An expression of despair became consent. Once those details appeared in one confession, investigators could carry them into the next examination and ask another suspect about the same thing. Similar answers then looked like independent confirmation, even though the interrogators themselves had helped create the similarity. The witch hunter asks whether the figure had a name. She says no. He waits. She says perhaps there was one, but she cannot remember. He offers no suggestion. After another silence, she mentions an old story, which a spirit was called Black Tom. The clerk writes the name down immediately. Was Black Tom the figure in her room? She says she does not know. Was it possible? Anything is possible in a dream. The question is asked again. Finally, she says, perhaps an unnamed memory now has a name. The next questions connect the dream to actual accusations. Did Black Tom ever ask her to harm anyone? No. Did she ever wish harm on the farmer who refused her milk? In anger, perhaps. Did she speak the wish aloud? She cannot remember. Did the cow die afterward? Yes. Could the spirit have acted upon her anger without her commanding it? She says she does not know. The hunter asks whether it is possible. She says perhaps. He moves to the sick man. Did she resent him? Yes. Did she ever wish him discomfort? She may have. Did he later become ill? Yes. Could the same spirit have caused it? Again, she says she does not know. Again, the question returns. Eventually, she whispers that perhaps it could have. The difference between saying, I killed the cow, and saying, perhaps a spirit acted after I was angry, is enormous. In an atmosphere already shaped by demonology. However, that distance can collapse quickly. By late afternoon, the deposition contains something officials can describe as a confession, a dark figure, a possible name, an uncertain acceptance of comfort, admitted knowledge of magical practices, anger toward neighbors, and the possibility that a spirit acted on those angry wishes. Yet she has still not plainly admitted a pact with the devil. She has not said she attended a witch's Sabbath. She has not named accomplices. The confession exists largely in the way the separate answers are assembled. The witch hunter orders the statement read back to her. As the clerk speaks, the woman becomes alarmed. The account sounds firmer than she remembers. She interrupts repeatedly. She said it was a dream. She said she did not know whether the figure was real. Many of those qualifications are present on the page, but spoken uncertainty does not survive perfectly when conversation becomes a formal document. The woman refuses to sign or mark the deposition unless several phrases are corrected. The hunter allows some changes, though the central structure remains. This, too, mattered historically. A written confession could acquire an authority greater than the confused, exhausted conversation that produced it. Once copied into records, carried to magistrates, or read in court, the document might outlive the circumstances of its creation. Outside the meeting house, news escapes almost immediately. Someone tells the waiting villagers that the woman has admitted possessing a spirit. Before long, the spirit becomes the devil. By evening, people repeat that she confessed to killing the farmer's cow through magic. By the time the story reaches the tavern, someone claims she has begun naming other witches. That last part is false. Inside the meeting house, the witch hunter knows it is false. No accomplices have been named. That absence becomes the next problem. If the theory of organized witchcraft is correct, then a confessed witch should have companions who introduced her to the spirit, who met with her, who taught her. The widow near the woods becomes more important than ever, as do the two herb gatherers and the healer from the neighboring parish. The accused woman is returned to confinement, while the hunter remains at the table with the clerk. Her new deposition is placed beside the earlier statements. The investigation has crossed a threshold. Days ago, the witch hunter was deciding whether there was enough evidence to suspect one woman. Now the authorities possess something they can call a confession, and a confession can be used to create new cases. One frightened answer can become a question put to another prisoner. One named spirit can appear in another examination. One supposed gathering can generate a list of everyone believed to have attended. The hunter closes the ledger as evening settles over the road outside. The village wanted certainty, and at last it believes it has received it. But the confession has not ended the hunt. It has given the hunt permission to grow. Tomorrow, the authorities have begun asking the question that turns small local investigations into some of the largest witchcraft persecutions in European history. If one witch has confessed, then where are the others? Chapter 11. Naming the others by morning. The confession has already changed the village. The accused woman has not named a single accomplice. Yet people speak as if she has. Doors open more slowly when strangers approach. Conversation. Stop when the constable passes. The widow near the woods wakes to find another stone against her shutter and mud smeared across the threshold. Inside the meeting house, the witch hunter studies the newest deposition while the clerk prepares a clean sheet of paper. The problem is no longer whether the first woman can be made to admit some connection with supernatural power. The authorities now believe they possess something they can call a confession. What they do not have is the larger conspiracy their theory of witchcraft tells them should exist. If a spirit appeared to her, who introduced it? If she practiced forbidden rituals, who taught her? If witches gathered together, who stood beside her? You'll follow as she is brought in again. She looks tired, but there is something different in her expression now. She understands that every name she gives may become another prisoner. The witch hunter begins with the widow. Did she ever see the dark figure called Black Tom? No. Did she know about the dream? No. Did she ever speak of spirits that served witches? No. Were others present when they performed protective rites? Sometimes people whose relatives were ill. The hunter asks for names. The accused gives them reluctantly, insisting they came for remedies, not witchcraft. The clerk writes each one down. Then come the two villagers who gathered herbs with her. Did either know the words spoken over wax or water, perhaps? Did either teach her a charm? No. Did they meet after dark? Yes, because work sometimes continued. Late, did they share food? Sometimes. Did anyone mark a circle, invoke a spirit, swear an oath, or renounce God? No, the answers refuse to become the confession the authorities expect, so the pressure changes. Perhaps she is protecting the others. Perhaps they threatened her. Perhaps the spirit warned her not to reveal them. She denies it. The hunter reminds her that the authorities already believe she admitted contact with a supernatural being. If she conceals accomplices, they may treat her silence as proof of deeper involvement. There is no safe direction. To name someone is to endanger them. To refuse is to appear loyal to a hidden group. This kind of pressure became one of the most destructive forces in major witch hunts. In some European persecutions, especially where torture or severe coercion was used, suspects were expected to name accomplices as part of a complete confession. Investigators who believed witches met in groups did not consider an isolated confession satisfactory. A prisoner who admitted attending a gathering but named no one else could be questioned again until names emerged. Those names produced new arrests. New prisoners were then asked for more names, creating chains of accusation that could move through families, neighborhoods, and whole regions. Not every witch hunt developed this way. Many remained small, and some courts rejected weak accusations. But when confession and denunciation fed one another, the hunt could become self-sustaining. Near midday, the widow is brought to the meeting house under guard. She has not yet been formally charged, but the crowd outside reacts as if she has already been condemned. Inside, she is seated where the first accused woman sat the day before. The witch hunter says that her companion has admitted contact with a spirit, and that their shared practices are under investigation. The widow asks to hear the confession herself. He refuses. Instead, he asks whether Black Tom means anything to her. She says no. Has she heard the name in stories? Perhaps. Did the accused woman ever mention a dark figure after her husband's death? Never. The hunter asks about wax, water, herbs, and protective prayers. The widow repeats what she has already. But said, these were meant to help people who believed themselves afflicted. Then comes the question she expected. Who else practiced these things with you? She gives the same names already recorded. Are there more? No. The hunter tells her to think carefully. The widow's voice risen. Half the village has used protections of some kind, she says. Iron above doors, prayers folded into cloth, herbs burned in sick rooms, marks scratched into beams. If those things make witches, then he may as well arrest everyone. The statement is angry, but it points towards something real. Protective and superstitious practices were widespread in early modern communities, and the boundary between tolerated custom and condemned magic was inconsistent. A healer might be praised when a remedy worked and feared when another household suffered misfortune. The witch hunter asks the widow to list people who purchase charms from her. She refuses at first, saying they came for protection and should not be punished. Eventually she names households rather than individuals. The clerk records them anyway. The list grows, yet it does not reveal a secret coven. It reveals customers. Farmers frightened for cattle, families worried about illness, people who suspected curses, and neighbors who used prayers or objects. Because ordinary explanations offered little certainty. Then a messenger arrives from the neighboring parish. The traveling healer mentioned earlier cannot be found, but the local clergyman there remembers him. He passed through years ago selling remedies and written protections, and no formal charge of witchcraft was made against him. The clergyman has also heard that investigators are asking about people from his parish and questions their authority to proceed. The witch hunter reads the message twice. The hunt has reached the edge of another jurisdiction, and local power matters. Early modern Europe was fragmented into kingdoms, principalities, bishoprics, towns, counties, and courts with overlapping rules. A witch hunter could not simply ride anywhere and arrest anyone. Cooperation from magistrates, clergy, landowners, and judges often determined whether an investigation spread or stopped. Matthew Hopkins and John Stern likewise depended on local cooperation in eastern England during the Civil War. Reputation could open doors, but it did not create unlimited authority. The witch hunter sends a reply, requesting testimony then demanding an arrest. Several village officials dislike the decision. One insists delay will allow witches to flee. Another wants the widow imprisoned immediately. The clergyman remains uneasy. He condemns the charms but points out that the first confession is still filled with uncertainty. The supposed spirit appeared in a dream. The accused repeatedly said she did not know whether it was real. No one has described a Sabbath. No accomplice has been directly accused of harmful magic. For the first time, the hunter is not simply testing witnesses. He is managing people who want the same evidence to mean different things. Late in the afternoon, he brings the first accused woman and the widow into the same room. A constable stands between them. Did the widow ever meet Black Tom? No. Did she know of the dream? No. Did they practice rites together? Yes. Protective ones. Did either invoke the devil? Both say no. Their answers agree so closely that suspicion can move in either direction. Perhaps they are telling the truth, or an aggressive examiner might claim they rehearsed their story before the arrest. Agreement can become corroboration or conspiracy depending on what the investigator expects. The hunter asks whether either woman knows a person who deliberately used magic to harm someone. After a long pause, the widow gives one name. An elderly man from a farm beyond the stream who has been feared for years because he claims to know when livestock will die. Has she seen him perform witchcraft? No. Has he confessed to it? No. Has he threatened anyone? She says. Several people believe so. The first accused woman adds that he once predicted a farmer's horse would not survive. Wint, the horse died before spring. The clerk begins writing. A new accusation has entered the room, and it sounds almost exactly like the accusations that began this case. A warning, a prediction, a later misfortune. Neither woman has witnessed supernatural harm. Both are repeating reputation. The witch hunter recognizes the pattern and asks no more about the man that day. Evening settles over the village as both women are returned to separate rooms. The ledger contains more names than ever, but fewer answers. The hunter has discovered that forcing suspects to name others does not necessarily reveal a hidden group. It can simply reproduce the village's existing fears. A widow names customers. A healer names another healer. A frightened prisoner remembers. An unpopular neighbor. Each name can become a fresh investigation if someone chooses to treat it that way. Outside lanterns move through the damp street and people gather in small groups despite the cold. They have heard that more names are being taken. Some are suddenly careful about whom they admit knowing. Others begin remembering old enemies. The witch hunter closes the ledger and places his hand over the final page. Tomorrow he must decide whether these names are evidence or merely echoes. Because once a witch hunt begins feeding on accusation itself, the greatest danger is no longer failing to find a witch. It is discovering that the hunt can always find another one. Chapter 12. The Professional Witch Hunter. The next morning, the witch hunter does something unexpected. He leaves the village. The first accused woman remains confined. The widow stays under supervision, and the growing list of names is left with local officials. For several days, every question has drawn the investigation deeper into one community. Now the road pulls it outward. You follow as he rides beneath a pale sky, mud clinging to the horse's hooves and damp wind moving through the hedges. A leather case hangs behind the saddle, filled with depositions, copied statements, and notes from the examinations. This is what a witch hunter actually carried from place to place: testimony, reputation, legal permission, and stories. In much of early modern Europe, there was no permanent profession called witch hunter. Most investigations were conducted by magistrates, judges, ministers, constables, or local courts, put in moments of intense fear. Certain individuals became known for finding witches. By midday, the road reaches another market town. The hunter is met by two officials who have heard about the case in the village and want advice about accusations of their own. A woman here has been blamed for the death of several sheep. Another household claims strange noises began after an argument with a neighbor. The officials do not ask whether witchcraft exists. They ask how it should be investigated. A man with a reputation for recognizing patterns, questioning suspects, or identifying supposed marks could become valuable because local authorities felt uncertain about what to do. The most famous English example was Matthew Hopkins, who emerged during the disruption of the English Civil War in the 1640s. Hopkins called himself the Witchfinder General, but the title was not an official national office granted by Parliament or the Crown. He and John Stern worked largely in Eastern England, especially East Anglia, assisting communities already suspicious of witchcraft. They questioned suspects, encouraged searches for witch marks, arranged watching, and became involved in investigations that contributed to unusually large numbers of executions by English standards. The officials lead the hunter into a room above a public house. A fire burns below the chimney opening, and wet coats steam near the wall. They spread their statements across the table. One describes a sheep dying after a poor woman was refused food. Another mentions a child who claimed to see a black dog outside a cottage. The similarities to the village you just left are immediate conflict, misfortune, animals, reputation. The hunter asks the same questions he has asked before. Who witnessed pervert? How long after the quarrel did the animal die? Was the animal examined? Did the child see the dog while awake? Had anyone already been talking about witches? Experience can make an investigator more cautious, but it can also make him more confident in patterns that may not exist. A hunter who has seen 10 accusations involving sick livestock may begin to expect the 11th to fit the same shape. Then comes the subject that made professional witch finding especially controversial: payment. The officials ask what the hunter expects in return for his time. Travel costs must be covered. Lodging costs money. Clerks need paper and ink. Constables may need wages. Guards and prisoners must be fed. Specialists may expect payment as well. Hopkins and Stern were later accused by critics of profiting from witch hunt, and communities did pay expenses connected with their work. The problem was obvious. If a person earns money because a town believes witches are present, what incentive exists to conclude quickly that there are none? Profit does not prove that every professional hunter acted dishonestly, but financial interest damaged credibility. A successful hunter returned home with more than coins. He returned with reputation, and reputation could produce the next invitation. You'll follow him later through the market square. Traders are packing away stalls as evening approaches. Someone recognizes him and whispers to another man. Within minutes, several faces turn. 2 frightened villagers. A known witch hunter could appear almost like a specialist physician called to diagnose a hidden disease. 2 skeptics, he could look like a man carrying panic from town to town. Printed pamphlets, sermons, court reports, letters, and rumor helped spread both images. Accounts of confessions and executions traveled beyond the places where trials occurred. Readers learned what witches were supposedly expected to confess. Investigators learned what questions others had asked. The culture of witch hunting could reproduce itself through stories about earlier hunts. That night, the hunter sleeps in an upstairs chamber at an inn. The room is small, with a narrow bed, a wash basin, and one candle beside the leather case. Rain begins against the window. He opens the case and compares the new town's accusations with statements from the village. The similarities are uncomfortable. A denied request, an angry phrase, an animal death, a strange dream, a suspicious object. These patterns were common, partly because life itself produced them constantly. Early modern households depended heavily on animals, harvests, stored food, and human health, all of which failed with alarming regularity. A cow could die from disease, grain could spoil, a fever could arrive without explanation. When natural causes were difficult to identify and misfortune followed social conflict, witchcraft offered a way to connect the events. The hunter's work existed at the point where those explanations became legal accusations. The next morning, he meets a clergyman who is less impressed by his reputation. The minister asks whether the hunter has ever entered a village and found no witch yet. "Oh, yes," the hunter says. "Has he ever persuaded officials to release a suspect?" Again, yes. Then why do people remember only the places where arrests followed? Because those are the stories worth repeating. The clergyman warns that reputation can trap an investigator as surely as it traps an accused person. A woman known as a witch may have every future misfortune attached to her name. A man known as a witch hunter may feel pressure to find witchcraft wherever he is summoned. Failure can look like incompetence. Caution can look like weakness. This tension surrounded real witch-finding Listus. Hopkins portrayed his work as service to communities threatened by hidden evil, and many contemporaries clearly believed witchcraft was a genuine danger. It would be too simple to imagine every hunter as a cynical fraud who secretly knew witches did not exist. Many investigators operated within a worldview in which the devil, magic, providence, and supernatural harm were accepted possibilities. Sincere belief, however, did not make their methods reliable. A person can be completely convinced of a danger and still create false evidence while searching for it. Certainty joined with weak methods was capable of extraordinary harm. Before leaving the town, the hunter gives the officials written advice rather than beginning another full investigation. Question witnesses separately. Record exact words. Examine ordinary causes of livestock death. Do not accept a body mark without testing the examiner. Do not assume protective charms prove harmful magic. Most importantly, do not arrest every name mentioned merely because frightened people have begun connecting them. The advice sounds cautious, yet in his leather case remains the confession from the first village, a confession shaped by exhaustion and repeated questioning. The contradiction travels with him. By afternoon, you are back on the road. The church tower of the original village peers in the distance through thinning cloud. A rider approaches from the opposite direction before the hunter reaches it. The messenger has been sent urgently. During his absence, another accusation has been made. A family claims the widow near the woods appeared in a dream, and one of their children became sick the following morning. More importantly, the local officials have learned that a neighboring parish is now questioning the healer named in the widow's testimony. The investigation has moved without him. His reputation helped teach others how to continue it. The hunter urges the horse forward. The road that seemed quiet 2 days earlier now connects several communities through the same growing fear. This is what made a successful witch hunter dangerous, even when he was only one man. He did not need to conduct every examination himself. He could carry methods, expectations, and stories from one town to another. Local officials could imitate them. Witnesses could learn what kinds of accusations received attention. Suspects could hear what others had supposedly confessed. A hunt could become larger than the person who began it. As the village comes into view, the messenger tells him there is more. The widow has now been formally accused by 2 households, and people from the neighboring parish are expected by morning. The witch hunter looks toward the church tower, then toward the leather case behind his saddle. When he first arrived, he was summoned to investigate a dead cow and a single feared neighbor. Now, the accusations have crossed parish boundaries. The work of the witch hunter is no longer simply to search for witches. It is becoming something harder to control, a system that can teach each village how to find the next one. Chapter 13. The hunt spreads by the time the witch hunter returns to the village. The investigation no longer belongs to one place. 2 riders are waiting near the meeting house, both carrying messages from neighboring parishes. One concerns the healer named by the widow. The other describes a fresh accusation in a village several miles away, where a woman has been blamed for the sudden illness of a child after refusing to lend grain. The pattern is painfully familiar. You follow the hunter inside as wet cloaks, bar hung near the hearth, and papers begin changing hands. What started with one dead cow has become a network of accusations connected by roads, family ties, healers, rumors, and copied testimony. This was how some regional witch panics expanded. One investigation produced names. Those names entered another jurisdiction. A local magistrate opened a second inquiry, whose witnesses remembered additional suspects. The process did not require a central authority commanding a campaign. Fear could travel through ordinary institutions. The first message comes from the neighboring parish where the traveling healer once worked. Local officials have questioned 3 people who remember him. None accused him of harming anyone, but one says he sold written protections. Another says he claimed to recognize bewitchment, and a third remembers hearing him mention a woman from yet another village who was feared for cursing livestock. The name has now been recorded. The witch hunter studies the statement and immediately sees the problem. The healer is no longer present to explain himself. His words survive only through memories years old, and those memories are being interpreted in the middle of a witchcraft scare. Yet the new parish has already begun questioning the woman he supposedly mentioned. When investigators inherit suspicion from another investigation, they often begin several steps ahead of where they should. Instead of asking whether there is evidence of witchcraft, they ask why this particular person was connected to it. The second message is more urgent. A child in another village has fallen ill, and the family claims a poor woman threatened them after being refused grain. The local constable has heard that the witch hunter is already working nearby and wants him to come immediately. He does not leave. Instead, he sends instructions. Separate the witnesses. Record the exact threat. Ask when the illness began. Determine whether a physician or healer has examined the child, and do not allow the accused woman to be searched for marks until local authority has reviewed the evidence. the caution comes too late to stop rumor. By afternoon, travelers arriving at the market say witches have been found in 3 villages. No one can say how many. Some claim 5, others say 12. The numbers grow because uncertainty itself becomes evidence of something hidden, dark inside the original village. The widow is questioned again. 2 households now accuse her directly. One says she appeared in a dream. Another claims a sick animal recovered only after a protective object was burned. The widow denies entering anyone's dreams and points out that she was under observation on the night in question. The witch hunter knows physical absence does not defeat the accusation if people believe a witch can appear spiritually. That is one reason spectral claims were so difficult to test. A suspect could be miles away and still be blamed for appearing at a bedside. The hunter asks the witnesses whether they discussed the dream before giving testimony. Both say no. A servant later admits that the families had spoken together at the well the previous morning. The accounts are no longer independent. The hunter records that too, but outside the meeting house, the distinction barely matters. The widow has now been accused by name, and the village sees formal questioning as confirmation. The situation worsens after sunset. A horse throws its rider near the edge of the village. The man breaks an arm. Within an hour, someone remembers that he argued with one of the accused women the previous week. By midnight, the fall has become another act of witchcraft. The witch. Hunter visits the place himself the next morning. The road is slick, the ground uneven, and one horseshoe is loose. There are several ordinary explanations for what happened, but ordinary explanations are losing their power. In a panic, events are not judged separately. Each new accident is absorbed into the story already forming. A fever, a dead chicken, a broken cart, a storm, a difficult birth, a failed harvest. An unexpected death each can become another piece of the same invisible conspiracy across early modern Europe. The largest witch persecutions often developed under conditions where local fear, judicial procedure, and repeated accusation reinforced one another. In parts of the Holy Roman Empire, especially during severe waves of prosecution in the late 16th and early 17th centuries, entire communities could be drawn into investigations. The famous hunts associated with places such as Wood and Bamberg demonstrate how accusations could spread far beyond poor or socially isolated women. Men, clergy, officials, and people from prosperous families could also become targets once denunciation expanded. Scotland experienced repeated waves, of intense prosecution as well, with some hunts growing through confessions and name England generally saw smaller numbers and different procedures, but the East Anglian trials of the 1640s showed how quickly local accusations could multiply when experienced witch-finders moved between communities. The details differed, but the mechanism could be similar. Suspicion produced interrogation. Interrogation produced names. And names produced more suspicion. The witch hunter spends the afternoon traveling between villages. You follow a long, narrow road bordered by hedges and winter fields. At one stop, a magistrate proudly shows him 6 new depositions. At another, a clergyman refuses to allow an arrest because the only evidence is a dream. In a third village, the accused woman has already fled before officials arrive. Her disappearance is immediately treated by some as proof of guilt. Others point out that anyone expecting arrest might run. Even absence becomes ambiguous. The hunter begins to see how little control any one investigator has once the process is moving. Some officials are cautious, others are eager. Some communities demand action, others resist outsiders. A regional hunt is not a single machine. It is many local decisions pushing in the same direction at roughly the same time. When he returns to the original village that evening, the clerk has added more names to the ledger. Several came from neighboring testimony. One belongs to a man who once sold a charm. Another belongs to a woman known for interpreting dreams. A third is simply the sister of someone already questioned. Kinship itself is beginning to attract suspicion. Early modern people sometimes believed magical knowledge could pass through families, so a mother's reputation might cling to a daughter, or a relative's accusation could make another family member seem suspicious. The danger is obvious. Once investigators begin treating association as evidence, every social connection can generate another lead. The hunter sits at the table long after dark. Candles burn beside a map marked with nearby villages. The case is no longer a line. It is a web. He cannot personally question every witness, inspect every cottage, or test every accusation. Local officials are now doing the work themselves, sometimes following his advice and sometimes ignoring it. This is the moment when a witch hunter's reputation becomes more powerful than his presence. He has shown communities what question to ask, what objects to notice, what stories to record, and what kinds of answers sound suspicious. The hunt can continue even when he is somewhere else. Outside, the church bell sounds through the cold air. A messenger arrives before the final note fades. Another parish is detained to women after one accused the other during questioning. The magistrate there wants guidance before proceeding. The witch hunter reads the message without speaking. A week ago, he was trying to decide whether one woman caused the death of a cow. Now several villagers are exchanging names, witnesses, and accusations, and no one can say where the outer edge of the investigation lies. Tomorrow, he will have to decide whether to keep following the expanding trail or begin cutting it off. Because once a witch hunt spreads far enough, the most dangerous question is no longer how to find another suspect. It is how to stop finding them. Chapter 14. Before the Corthy next morning. The witch hunter rides with the clerk and 2 constables toward the nearest court. One constable carries the case papers inside a leather satchel. Another rides beside the cart holding the first accused woman. The widow travels separately under guard. After days of questioning in cottages and meeting houses, the investigation is moving into a different world. Formal judgment. The village could suspect, accuse, search, and detain. But conviction depended upon courts, magistrates, or judges whose authority varied widely across early modern Europe. The witch hunter's work now has to survive outside the atmosphere in which it was created. Rumor must become testimony. Suspicion must become evidence. A confession shaped by exhaustion must be read by people who were not present when the questions were asked. As the court building comes into view, the hunter knows that the case may strengthen here or begin to unravel. Inside, benches line the walls, and a raised table faces the floor where witnesses and prisoners will stand. Clerks arrange documents, while officials speak quietly. The witch hunter is asked to summarize how the investigation began. He describes the dead cow, the quarrel over milk, the later testimony, the charms, the widow's remedies, the failed examination by the witch, and finally the confession involving the dark figure called Black Tom. The judge interrupts several times. Was the farmer's threat heard by more than one witness? Not clearly. Was the suspicious bundle linked directly to the accused? No. Did the bodily mark prove insensitive when retested? No. Did the accused identify Black Tom as the devil? Not directly. The hunter answers each question carefully. The case sounds different when stripped of village fear and reduced to what can actually be demonstrated. That difference between investigation and trial mattered enormously. In England, witchcraft prosecutions generally pass through ordinary criminal courts, often before juries, and convicted witches were usually hanged rather than burned. Scotland followed different legal traditions, and condemned witches were commonly strangled at the stake before their bodies were burned. In many continental territories, judges could take a more active role in examining suspects and collecting evidence, and judicial torture could sometimes be permitted when legal thresholds were considered met. Procedures varied greatly. There was never one European witch trial. The hunter before you is a composite figure moving through a system, meant to show how evidence changed once it reached formal authority. The farmer is called first. He repeats the story of the milk, the argument, and the cow's death. Under questioning, he admits the animal may have been ill beforehand. He cannot prove that accused entered the stable. No one heard a direct curse. The judge asks whether he believed she was a witch before the cow died. He says no. When did he begin believing it? After other people told stories about her. Another witness describes the horse that bolted, but admits there may have been thunder. Another repeats the story of bread that failed to rise, then admits the problem ended when new flour was purchased. The accusations have not disappeared, but the courtroom forces them to stand alone rather than as part of one uninterrupted village story. Then the written charm is produced. A clergyman confirms that much of the text consists of prayers and protective language. He condemns parts of the practice as superstitious, but he cannot say. The document invokes the devil. The judge asks whether possessing an improper charm proves harmful witchcraft. The answer is no. Next comes the bundle of pins, thread, plants, and wax. The farmer insists it was meant to curse him. The witch hunter admits that no witness saw the accused place it near the doorway. The court keeps the object, but gives it less weight than villagers expected. Things that looked powerful in a dark cottage or whispered conversation can become surprisingly ordinary. Beneath legal questioning, the confession is more difficult. The clerk reads it aloud. The dark figure, the possible touch, the name Black Tom, and the suggestion that a spirit might have acted upon angry wishes. Heard without interruption. The document sounds damaging. Then the accused woman is asked whether she confirms it. She says parts are true and parts are not. She dreamed of a dark figure after her husband died. She was exhausted when questioned. She repeatedly says she did not know whether the figure was real. She never confessed to serving the devil or ordering a spirit to kill the cow. The judge asks whether she was deprived of sleep. The hunter answers that she was watched through part of the night and had barely slept before questioning resumed. The room becomes quieter. Courts understood, at least in theory, that confessions produced through coercion could be unreliable. In jurisdictions where torture was legally permitted, rules sometimes required a suspect to repeat a confession later. Without torture, judges might demand details supposedly known only to the guilty. Yet safeguards could fail when the same investigators controlled the questions and records. Where torture was not formally lawful, coercive practices could be disguised as observation or examination. Rules did not guarantee fairness, but they could give skeptical judges reasons to challenge a weak case. The judge asks the accused woman again about Black Tom. Was that name given to her by the hunter? No. Did she truly believe a spirit by that name visited her? She says she mentioned the name because it appeared in an old story and because the questions would not stop. Does she believe the dream was real now? No. The prosecutor argues that she is withdrawing her confession because she fears the consequences. The logic tightens around her. Confirmation suggests guilt, while denial can be treated as deception. The widow is brought forward next. Her case is weaker. She has made no confession. Her household contains arbs, protective objects, and written prayers, but none can be linked to deliberate harm. She admits using wax and water to diagnose suspected bewitchment. The court may consider this superstitious or unlawful, but that does not automatically prove demonic witchcraft. 2 witnesses accuse her of appearing in dreams. Another says a chicken died after she passed nearby. The judge asks whether anyone saw her perform harmful magic. No one did. For the first time since the investigation began, the widow's release seems possible. Not every historical court was this skeptical. Some were extraordinarily aggressive. During major persecutions, accusations, confessions, and named could reinforce one another until large numbers of people were drawn into the process. The persecutions associated with Bamberg and Würzburg in the early 17th century reached terrifying scale. Yet other authorities resisted. Some jurists demanded stronger evidence, and some clergy distrusted sensational claims. The Spanish Inquisition could be notably skeptical toward large, which panics and at times criticized local authorities for accepting unreliable testimony twice. Belief in witchcraft and doubt about particular accusations could exist at the same time. Late in the afternoon, the court calls the witch hunter himself. The judge asks about the specialist who examined the accused woman's scar. The hunter explains the retracting instrument and the failed second test. Why did he reject the first examination? Because the method could create the result it claimed to discover. The judge then asks whether the same concern might apply to interrogation. Could repeated questions, exhaustion, and suggestion create a confession in the same way a false needle could create an insensitive mark. The courtroom becomes silent. The witch hunter does not answer immediately. Finally, he says, it is possible that admission does not end the prosecution, but it changes it. The judge orders the widow released under supervision unless new evidence appears. The first accused woman remains in custody because the confession and multiple accusations still require review. The court orders that she be questioned again, after proper rest, with no overnight watching, and that any confession be given without prompting. Several distant names are removed from immediate inquiry until direct accusations can be produced. Outside, some villagers react with anger. Others begin wondering whether the hunt has gone too far. As evening falls, you follow the witch hunter down the courthouse steps. The widow is led toward relatives waiting near the road. The first accused woman disappears behind another door. No verdict has been given, no execution ordered. The investigation that seemed so certain in the village now looks fragile beneath formal scrutiny. The hunter carries the leather case toward the inn. Inside are the same papers, witness statements, and confession. Only the questions surrounding them have changed. Tomorrow, the court will decide whether the case is strong enough for judgment. And for the first time since the hunter entered the village, the person most closely examining the evidence is no longer searching for a witch. He is searching for a reason to believe the witch hunter. Chapter 15. Judgment and Execution. The court reconvenes the following morning beneath a sky the color of ash. The accused woman has been allowed to sleep, and when she is brought back into the chamber she looks steadier than she has for several days. The judge orders that yesterday's confession not simply be read back to her. Instead, she is asked to describe in her own words what happened after her husband's death. She says she dreamed of a dark figure during a winter of grief and fever. She remembers no pact, no promise to the devil, no command to harm a neighbor, and no meeting of witches when the name Black Tom is raised. She explains again that it came from an old story and that she mentioned it only after repeated questioning. She admits using charms and protective rites. She admits anger toward neighbors. She admits believing that witchcraft exists. She does not admit being a witch. The court now faces a problem that haunted many prosecutions. The most dramatic part of the case becomes weaker when the accused is rested. The questions are less suggestive, and the details must come from her rather than from the interrogator. The judges withdraw with the testimony. Hours pass. You remain with the witch hunter in a corridor where the stone walls hold the morning cold. Villagers gather outside, some expecting condemnation and others waiting to see whether the inquiry will collapse. The hunter knows that verdicts in witchcraft cases depended greatly on jurisdiction. In England, juries could acquit when testimony seemed weak, though convictions also occurred on evidence that would be treated very differently today. Scotland and continental territories followed different procedures, and confessions, or judicial investigation, could carry greater weight. Some courts demanded corroboration. Others accepted reputation, accusation, confession, and supposed supernatural evidence as mutually reinforcing. The same facts might end in acquittal in one place and death in another. Our court remains a composite, allowing you to follow the process without pretending that one path represented all of Europe. Near midday, the officials return. The widow near the woods is released from the witchcraft charged for lack of direct evidence, so the court warns her against practices judged superstitious. The first accused woman is not so fortunate. The judges accept that parts of her confession were produced under exhaustion, but they still conclude that the case contains enough evidence to convict. Repeated accusations of harmful intent admitted. Magical practices, her statements about the dark figure, and testimony that misfortune followed several conflicts. To a modern observer, the reasoning is deeply flawed. Two people living within a legal and religious culture that accepts harmful magic as a real crime. The pieces can be made to fit. The sentence is death. The words pass through the chamber with almost no movement. The accused woman closes her eyes. One official makes the sign of the cross. The witch hunter looks toward the table rather than at the prisoner. He has spent days questioning evidence, rejecting a false witch-pricking test, and warning against expanding the hunt through rumor. None of that changes the fact that his investigation helped place this woman here. Outside, the crowd learns the verdict within minutes. Some appear relieved, others merely curious. The condemned woman is taken away to prepare for execution, and the hunter is asked to remain in town because his testimony may be needed if neighboring cases proceed. The method of execution depended on place. In England, people convicted of witchcraft were generally hanged. The familiar image of every European witch being burned alive is inaccurate. In Scotland, condemned witches were often strangled at the stake and their bodies burned afterward. In parts of continental Europe, burning was more closely associated with witchcraft executions, sometimes after strangulation or beheading, and sometimes, in especially severe cases, while the condemned person was still alive. For the story you are witnessing, the sentence will be carried out by hanging. Closer to the procedure used in English witchcraft prosecutions. 2 mornings later, the condemned woman is taken from the jail before sunrise. The road is muddy from overnight rain. A cart waits beneath a gray sky, and guards surround it. You follow the witch hunter behind the procession as it moves beyond the town toward the execution ground. People emerge from houses and join the road. Some have traveled from surrounding villages. Public executions were punishment, religious warning, and spectacle at once. A convicted which was not merely being killed for an ordinary crime. Authorities believed the execution demonstrated that a hidden threat had been discovered and defeated. For a witch hunter, that ending could validate everything that came before it. The arrests now looked justified because a court had convicted. The interrogation looked productive because a confession existed. The accusations looked credible because a sentence had been pronounced. The verdict could make earlier uncertainty disappear from public memory. The gallows stands on open ground. Beyond the town, wind moves across the field, carrying the smell of wet earth and wood smoke. The condemned woman is helped down from the cart. A clergyman remains close, urging prayer and repentance. She admits using forbidden charms, but continues to deny serving the devil or killing anyone through magic. Some people in the crowd interpret this as proof that she remains hardened in sin. Others whisper that perhaps the court was wrong. The witch hunter hears both. The woman asks that her final words be recorded. She says she harmed no cow, sent no spirit, attended no gathering, and named no neighbor as a witch. The clerk writes, "Quickly dot, the rope is prepared." The crowd grows quiet. There is no music and no dramatic speech. The procedure is brief. When the sentence is carried out, the hunter does not move closer. A legal process has reached its end, but the hunt has not. Behind him stand people from several villages carrying the story home. Some will remember only that a witch was executed. Some will remember the name Black Tom. Some will remember the widow who was released and decide the court was too lenient. Others will remember that the condemned woman denied the crime to the end. Executions could strengthen belief rather than resolve fear. If a convicted witch had caused sickness or bad harvests, then her death might be expected to end them. Ordinary misfortune continued. Communities could conclude that accomplices remained. A cow dying the following week might not weaken the original accusation. It could be interpreted as proof that another witch was still active. Punishment could therefore become fuel for further investigation. The apparent success of one prosecution gave credibility to the methods that produced it. The witch hunter returns to the courthouse that afternoon. The leather case is waiting where he left it. Inside are depositions from the original village and messages from 2 neighboring parishes. One reports another arrest. The second requests that he examined a woman accused by a prisoner who recently confessed. His name is spreading with the hunt. He could continue from village to village, collecting payment for travel, questioning witnesses, and helping local authorities build cases. Each conviction would strengthen his reputation. Each acquittal might be forgotten. This is how a person could become known as an expert in a crime no one could reliably prove. Yet something has changed. He opens the farmer's original complaint. A woman asked for milk. She was refused. They argued. A cow died days later. Everything that followed grew from that sequence. Witnesses, charms, body searches, sleepless interrogation, the dark figure, the confession, the court, and finally the rope. The hunter knows how many pieces weakened when tested. He knows the strange bundle could not be linked to her. He knows the supposed witch mark failed examination. He knows the dream became more detailed only after prolonged questioning. The court still convicted her, but legal judgment does not erase what he witnessed. Outside, evening settles over the town. The hunter closes the case and looks at the 2 requests waiting beside it. For the first time, accepting another investigation does not feel like a simple duty. The methods that made him valuable are beginning to trouble him. Beyond this town, other judges, ministers, and officials are beginning to ask similar questions. If witch hunters can be mistaken, if specialists can manufacture marks, if exhaustion can manufacture confessions, and if rumor can manufacture accomplices, then the danger may not lie only in the witches they claim to find. It may lie in the hunt itself. Chapter 16. When the hunt turns on the hunter the next morning. The witch hunter does not answer either request, waiting at the courthouse. Instead, he walks through the market town alone. Rain still shines on the stones, and carts move slowly between puddles while traders raise their shutters. His name is known here now. Some people nod as he passes. Others look away. Reputation has brought him authority, but it has also made him visible. Men who gained fame by identifying witches could seem almost untouchable while panic remained strong. Their methods were trusted because communities believed the danger was real, but once doubts spread, the same reputation could become a liability. A hunter who built his standing on finding witches might eventually be asked a different question. How many of the people he found were actually guilty? That question is already being asked. The witch pricker whose false instrument was exposed has left the district, but complaints about men like him are growing. Some authorities have learned that supposed experts can manipulate examinations with blunted or retracting needles. Others have noticed that certain hunters almost never fail to discover suspicious marks. If every accused person tested by one examiner carries an insensitive mark, perhaps the examiner is not unusually gifted. Perhaps the test itself is designed to produce guilt. Historical authorities did eventually prosecute or discredit some fraudulent witch prickers in Scotland. Concern about these men became serious enough that the practice itself lost credibility. A tool once presented as objective proof could become evidence of fraud. The witch hunter spends the afternoon reviewing older cases with a skeptical magistrate. The room is cold, with shelves of legal papers stacked against one wall and a narrow window overlooking the street. The magistrate chooses 3 files. In the first, a woman confessed after days of interrogation and named for accomplices, to later named her in return. At the time, the agreement looked powerful. Now, the magistrate points out that all had been questioned by the same officials, using the same descriptions of witches' gatherings. In the second case, an accused man was convicted partly because witnesses remembered threats spoken years earlier. Their statements became more detailed after they had spoken with one another. In the third, a supposed witch mark was identified by an examiner later accused of fraud. None of this automatically proves innocence. What it reveals is more dangerous to the system. Evidence once treated as independent may have been created by the same methods, again and again. The hunter recognizes the pattern because he has seen it himself. The first accused woman's dream changed under repeated questioning. Villagers' stories became more certain after rumor spread. A suspicious bundle gained meaning because everyone already expected witchcraft. A false needle almost produced a devil's mark. The magistrate asks whether these are isolated mistakes or weaknesses built into the process. The hunter cannot answer easily. Witchcraft is believed to be secret, supernatural, and difficult to prove. That encourages investigators to rely on signs ordinary crimes would not require. Dreams, reputation, invisible harm, strange marks, unusual animals, and confessions obtained under extreme pressure. The less visible the supposed crime, the more power the investigator gains to interpret ambiguous evidence. And interpretation is where error multiplies. By evening, another challenge arrives. A pamphlet has begun circulating in the region criticizing aggressive witch-finders. Even during periods of intense persecution, skeptics questioned the reliability of torture, spectral claims, swimming tests, witch-pricking, and accusations produced by frightened children or hostile neighbors. One of the most famous English attacks on witch-hunting methods would come from John Gore. a clergyman who criticized the excesses associated with Matthew Hopkins and challenged the confidence of self-appointed witch-finders. Hopkins later defended his methods in print. This was not a world divided neatly between people who believed in witches and people who did not. Many critics still believed witchcraft existed. Their argument was that bad methods could condemn innocent people while pretending to protect society from real evil. The Hunter reads several pages by candlelight. One accusation strikes close to home. A hunter who receives money, lodging, and a reputation for finding witches has reasons to keep finding them. Another questions the logic of physical marks. Another asks whether prolonged watching is simply torture given a different name. The hunter closes the pamphlet. Outside, voices drift up from the street. Townspeople are discussing the execution. One says justice was done. Another says the woman denied the crime even beneath the gallows. A third asks why the widow was released if the two women supposedly practiced magic together. Certainty is beginning to fracture in public as well as in court. The following day, the hunter returns to the original village. The journey feels different now. The same hedges, wet fields, and church tower appear along the road. But the village, that once waited eagerly for him, no longer speaks with one voice. The farmer whose cow died still insists. The execution proved the accusation. The clergyman is less certain. The widow has returned to her cottage, though neighbors avoid her. Some villagers resent the hunter because she was released. Others resent Pym because the first woman died. A family whose name appeared briefly in the ledger demands to know why they were ever questioned. The hunters become responsible for every outcome at once. Inside the meeting house, the clerk shows him the remaining depositions. Several accusations have weakened since the court hearing. The man whose horse fell now admits the animal's shoe had been loose. The family who claimed the widow appeared in a dream has withdrawn part of the statement after learning she was under observation elsewhere. One of the herb gatherers has left the village. His departure is interpreted by some as guilt and by others as a desire to escape the investigation. The hunter orders that no new arrests be made without direct testimony of harmful acts. It is the strongest restriction he has imposed since arriving. Not everyone accepts it. One local official accuses him of losing his nerve. If he believed witches existed a week ago, why hesitate now? The hunter answers that belief in a crime does not excuse bad evidence. The official says delay gives witches time to hide. The hunter replies that haste gives innocent people no time to defend themselves. Their argument ends without agreement. This was part of the larger decline of witch hunting. Prosecutions did not vanish because Europe suddenly stopped believing in supernatural evil. Change came unevenly through legal skepticism, stricter evidentiary standards, criticism of torture, distrust of spectral evidence, concern over false confession, and the experience of hunts that had expanded too far. In some places, authorities began requiring stronger proof that actual harm had occurred. In others, higher courts overturned local convictions or discouraged prosecutions based on rumor. Judges became wary of accomplice lists produced under torture. The possibility that the devil could create false appearances raised another theological problem. If Satan could make an innocent person appear at a witch's meeting or in a victim's dream, then supernatural testimony could not safely identify the guilty. An argument once used to explain witchcraft began undermining evidence for it near sunset. A woman arrived at the meeting house asking to withdraw an accusation she made days earlier. She had claimed a widow muttered a curse after an argument. Now, she admits, she never heard the words clearly. She repeated what another neighbor said she must have heard. The clerk crosses a line through part of the deposition. It is a small correction compared with the execution already carried out. But the hunter watches the ink dry for a long time. The process can remove a sentence from a page. It cannot remove "burr a rope from a dead woman's neck that night." He gathers the remaining case papers and orders the investigation reduced to accusations supported by direct witnesses. Most of the names disappear. The healer in the neighboring parish is no longer pursued. The widow remains free. The supposed accomplices are released from formal suspicion. The village does not suddenly become peaceful, but the machinery has slowed by before leaving. The witch hunter stands alone near the well where villagers once gathered to describe the accused woman's reputation. The lane is almost empty. A bucket hangs motionless above the water. Beyond the houses, a dog barks and a door closes. The hunter has spent weeks searching for hidden evil and has found something undeniable instead. The hunt itself can make ordinary things look supernatural. Uncertain memories look precise, and frightened people look guilty. Tomorrow he will take the road again. But this time, the question following him will not be whether next witches are hiding. It will be whether the page of the witch hunter is beginning to end. Chapter 17. The end of the witch hunter. The road away from the village is quiet. Rain has passed during the night, leaving the hedges dark and the fields silver beneath the morning sky. You follow the witch hunter as he rides alone, the leather case of depositions strapped behind the saddle. For weeks, that case has seemed to grow heavier with every accusation. Now it contains fewer active names. Some have been crossed out. Some have been released. One belongs to a woman who will never return home. The hunter does not open the case as he travels. There is nothing inside he has not already read. The age of the witch hunter did not end in a single year, nor because Europe suddenly stopped believing in witches. Belief in magic, spirits, divine punishment, and the devil remained powerful long after prosecutions began to decline. What changed was the willingness of courts and governments to accept certain kinds of evidence. A dream became harder to treat as proof. A bodily mark became less persuasive once fraudulent examinations were exposed. Confessions produced through torture or exhaustion became more suspect. Judges increasingly asked whether witnesses had actually seen a crime, whether natural explanations had been considered, and whether testimony had been shaped by rumor. The shift was slow and uneven, but it changed the world in which professional or semi-professional witch-finders had operated. The hunter reaches a crossroads near midday. One road leads toward another town where a magistrate has requested assistance. A woman there has been accused after several children became ill. Years earlier, he might have turned immediately toward that road. A request meant work. Work meant reputation. Reputation meant more invitations. Now he stops the horse and looks toward the distant church tower. He knows how the next days could unfold. Witnesses would be questioned. Old quarrels would be remembered. Household objects would be examined. Someone would mention a charm. Someone else would remember a strange animal. If the suspect became frightened or exhausted, uncertainty might begin to sound like confession. If a name emerged, another household could be searched. The process is familiar because he has helped build it before. He takes the other road. Real witch hunters did not. Paul experienced moments of doubt, and many remained convinced of their worth. Matthew Hopkins died in 1647, still a young man, after only a few years of intense activity. His death did not end English witchcraft prosecutions, but the extraordinary East Anglian episode associated with him faded. Critics attacked his methods, while Johnston continued defending their work. Elsewhere, magistrates, clergy, judges, and local specialists continued pursuing accusations for decades. The decline of witch prosecutions was larger than the disappearance of one famous witch finder by the later 17th and 18th centuries. Higher courts in several regions became increasingly reluctant to accept claims that had once driven large hunts. Central authorities sometimes restricted local prosecutions. Appeals overturned convictions. Judicial torture declined in various territories. Legal standards demanded stronger proof. Even people who continued believing witchcraft was possible could conclude that human courts were poorly equipped to prove it. A judge did not need to declare that witches could never exist. He needed only to decide that dreams, gossip, forced, confessum, and suspicious scars were not enough to kill a person. The hunter rides through another village in the afternoon. A blacksmith works beside an open doorway. A woman shakes a rug from an upstairs window. Two farmers argue over grain. Nothing here looks remarkable, but neither did the first village when he arrived. Every community contains illness, resentment, death, bad harvests, difficult neighbors, and events no one can explain. For generations, witchcraft had offered one answer to those problems. The decline of witch trials did not remove misfortune. It changed the legal response to explanation. People might still whisper that a neighbor cursed them. They might still hang iron above a doorway or carry a protective charm. But increasingly, a whispered accusation did not automatically become a judicial investigation. There were exceptions. Witchcraft prosecutions continued into the 18th century in parts of Europe, and popular violence could outlast formal trials. Fear does not disappear simply because judges become skeptical. The end of the great witch hunts was not the end of belief. It was the gradual collapse of the machinery that allowed belief to become mass prosecution. Near evening, the hunter stops at an inn beside the road. Inside, a fire burns beneath a stone chimney. Travelers sit with cups of ale, and someone at a distant table tells a story about a witch found years ago in another county. The details are exaggerated. She supposedly flew through the night, cursed an entire village, and confessed the moment she was captured. Perhaps the case never happened. Perhaps a real trial has been transformed through repetition. The hunter has learned how quickly stories change. A frightened sentence becomes a confession. An uncertain dream becomes a visit from the devil. A woman using herbs becomes a member of a hidden coven. By the time the story reaches strangers, doubt has been polished away. He sits near the fire and opens the leather case. The original farmer's complaint lies close to the bottom. A request for milk, an argument, a dead cow. Nothing in those first lines predicts what followed. There is no spirit, Sabbath, accomplice, mark, or devil. Those things entered later, one at a time, as investigators and witnesses tried to explain the accusation using the ideas available to them. The distance between the first complaint and the execution now seems larger than the miles he has traveled. Historical witch hunting was rarely the work of one villain standing outside society and imposing fear upon everyone else. It depended upon communities that believed harm had been done, witnesses who interpreted misfortune through supernatural ideas, officials who accepted those ideas as legally meaningful, theologians who described demonic conspiracy, and courts willing to punish an invisible crime. Witch hunters were part of that system. Some were zealous, some were opportunistic, some probably believed they were saving lives and souls, some profited from fear. Most existed in a culture where witchcraft was a possible explanation for real suffering. Understanding that does not excuse what happened. It explains how ordinary institutions could produce extraordinary cruelty without requiring everyone involved to think of themselves as cruel. The following morning, the hunter reaches a town where the court is hearing ordinary disputes. A stolen tool, an unpaid debt, a fight outside an inn. He enters only long enough to deliver several papers. A magistrate asks whether he will continue taking witchcraft cases. The hunter says he does not know. There are always accusations. The magistrate tells him there will always be people who need someone experienced to investigate them. The hunter looks toward the open court door where witnesses wait their turn. Perhaps that is exactly the problem. As decades pass, men like him become less necessary. Witchcraft statutes are challenged, revised, or repealed. In England, the Witchcraft Act of 1735 marked a major legal change by treating claims of magical power as fraudulent pretenses rather than evidence that genuine witchcraft had occurred. Other parts of Europe followed different timelines, but the direction was similar. Courts gradually moved away from asking whether an accused person truly commanded supernatural forces and toward asking whether there was evidence of an ordinary human crime. The witch hunter's special expertise lost its foundation if invisible pacts, spectral bodies, familiars, and devil's marks could no longer be proven by the old methods. Then the person claiming unusual skill at detecting them no longer possessed. Be useful legal knowledge. You follow the hunter back onto the road. The landscape opens beneath a clearing sky. A church bell sounds behind the hills, faint enough that it is difficult to tell which village it belongs to. He has no crowd waiting ahead. No frightened farmer has sent a messenger. No prisoner sits beside him. For the first time since the story began, he is simply a traveler carrying old papers. The witch hunts themselves will become history. Their records remain: confessions, court books, pamphlets, letters, lists of names, expenses paid to guards and examiners, and testimony from people trying to explain why a neighbor's cow died or why illness entered a household centuries later. Those pages reveal something the hunters themselves often struggle to see. The evidence did not merely record fear, it was shaped by fear. The horse continues down the road as evening gathers over the fields. The hunter's figure grows smaller between the hedges until the sound of hooves begins to fade. Behind him are villages where people once believed hidden enemies walked among them. Ahead is a world that will not become free of superstition, rumor, or unjust accusation, but will slowly become less willing to let those things serve as proof of an invisible crime. The age of the witch hunter ends not when the last person stops believing in witches, but when enough people begin asking a more dangerous question of the hunter himself. How do you know? Closing the road home, night settles slowly over the countryside. The last light disappears behind the fields, leaving only the pale outline of the road beneath the horse's feet. The witch hunter has been traveling for hours. There are no constables beside him now, no clerk carrying fresh paper, no villagers waiting outside a meeting house with another name to offer. The leather case remains strapped behind the saddle, but it is closed. Somewhere inside are the statements that began with a dead cow and ended with a woman at the gallows. There are accusations that proved weak, names that were crossed out, charms that meant different things to different people, and a confession that became more certain on paper than it ever sounded in the room where it was given. The road ahead is empty. Only the sound of hooves and the occasional movement of wind through bare branches follows him into the darkness. For the people who lived through the European witch hunts, however, these stories did not end when an investigator rode away. A family returned to a house without a mother, wife, husband, neighbor, or friend. A person who had been accused and released might continue living beside people who still believed the charge. Proper had to be divided. Children grew older, carrying family names attached to scandal. Villagers remembered who testified and who refused. Old friendships could survive, or they could disappear completely, even after courts became increasingly reluctant to prosecute witchcraft. The social consequences of accusation could remain. A legal case might close with a signature at the bottom of a page. Community memory rarely ended so neatly. The witch hunter passes a farmhouse where one small window remains illuminated. Inside, a family is finishing the day, much as families did before the investigation began. Someone adds wood to a hearth. Someone checks that the door is secured. Animals settle into the darkness beyond the house. Perhaps an iron object hangs above that doorway. Perhaps a prayer is tucked into a crack in one of the beams. People will continue using remedies, telling stories, fearing bad luck, and wondering why terrible things sometimes happen without warning. The decline of witch trials did not immediately remove this older world of belief. Instead, the courts slowly withdrew from it. What had once been treated as evidence of an invisible crime increasingly remained where it had begun, in conversation, folklore, superstition, and private fear. It is tempting, centuries later, to imagine the witch hunter as someone completely unlike the people around him, a fanatic riding into peaceful villages and inventing fears no one else shared. Sometimes individuals certainly encouraged panic, exploited fear, or used methods that were cruel even by the standards of their own time. But the larger history is more uncomfortable. Witch hunters usually entered communities where people had already accused one another. Neighbors supplied the stories. Families remembered threats. Clergymen debated supernatural danger. Magistrates signed warrants. Courts accepted evidence. Crowds attended executions. The hunter could accelerate the process, organize it, and give it authority. But the fear rarely belonged to him alone. That is what made the witch hunts possible. The people involved did not need to wake, each morning intending to destroy innocent lives. A farmer only needed to believe that his dead animal required an explanation. A witness only needed to connect an old quarrel with a later illness. An examiner only needed to believe that an unusual mark revealed something hidden beneath the skin. A magistrate only needed to trust a confession. A frightened prisoner only needed to give one answer that made the questioning stop. Each step could appear reasonable to the person taking it. Together, those steps could lead to imprisonment, torture, execution, and a new list of names. The horse reaches the top of a low hill. From here, several distant lights can be seen across the countryside. Each belongs to another house, another village, another collection of people who know one another's histories. For centuries, accusations of witchcraft emerged from places just like these. Some remained nothing more than rumor. Some reached courts and ended in acquittal. Others became part of persecutions that killed thousands across Europe. There was no single witch hunt, no single kind of victim, and no single type of hunter. There were hundreds of legal systems, local traditions, religious conflict, so political pressures and individual decisions. But again and again, the same human pattern appears beneath them. Uncertainty becomes suspicion. Suspicion becomes explanation. An explanation becomes certainty long before certainty has been earned. The witch hunter pauses at the crest of the hill. Behind him, the road disappears into darkness. Somewhere beyond it lies the village where our journey began. The cottage at the edge of the fields still stands. The stable where the cow died remains beside the farmer's house. The well still creaks when a bucket is raised. The meeting house still contains a table where neighbors once placed their memories, before a clerk and watched them become evident. Most of the people who lived there will eventually be forgotten. Their arguments, illnesses, fears, and small acts of kindness will disappear with them. A few names may survive only because a court wrote the word which beside them. Then the horse begins moving again. The road descends through the darkness, and the village lights slowly vanish behind the hill. Our journey began by following a man who believed he had been summoned to find something hidden. A witch, a servant of the devil, an explanation for misfortune. Instead, we watched him discover how difficult it was to separate evidence from expectations. We watched rumors become testimony, ordinary objects become suspicious, dreams become confessions, and one accusation create another. And eventually, we watched the question turn away from the accused and toward the people investigating them. How do you know? It is a simple question, but once courts began demanding better answers, the world of the witch hunter could no longer survive in quite the same way. The sound of the horse grows softer now. Wind moves across the empty fields. Far behind us, a church bell sounds once in the darkness, then falls silent, and for tonight we will leave the witch hunter there, disappearing along the road into history. If you enjoyed this journey through the darker side of early modern Europe, you can find more long-form stories of witchcraft, superstition, forgotten beliefs, and obscure history here on Whispering Tomes. And if these stories help you relax, sleep, or simply disappear into another time for a few hours, consider subscribing so you can join us for the next one. Until then, let the road grow quiet, let the village lights fade, and rest well.